brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This is Mike Quick. PDQ POS is the MVP of point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry. And it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS has real-time analytics and insights to evaluate your team and your play caller. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years. So don't wait. Make the switch. PDQ POS today. Visit pdqpos.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Tired of looking at your ugly, old, slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. Lock in your savings rate and watch your money grow as you earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters: love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question: is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here reporting. What a busy day. So much breaking news. This is why I never go to bed early, because last night, even late into the night, there was so much breaking, so much developing, and we've got it all for you. As far as Philadelphia front and center in the nation, with protests coordinated, not just in Philadelphia with thousands surrounding Philadelphia City Hall in protest and in real solidarity with other Democrats and Democrat leaders across the nation. So here in our area, just so you understand this, a news conference led by DA Larry Krasner, then a coordinated and planned and named protest that drew thousands of people. That extended into Delaware County, Montgomery County, King of Prussia, and then you think across the nation, obviously in Minneapolis. There's so much to tell you about, and New Orleans as well. So across the nation, Dan, all of these protests, I just want to point out how coordinated it was. This is the talking point, and it is a political talking point, okay? And that's what we have to understand as far as political strategy, that nobody's talking about these new economic numbers that I'll get into as we think about that. But incredible numbers with regard to the economy, the jobs numbers, and we'll go through it with the Trump tax cuts going into effect and what that means. The fact that if you got a new vehicle in 25 and you took out a loan on it, writing off that interest, things of that nature. And then what about the GOP, including GOP members, Ryan McKenzie, right, in a critical re-election bid coming up. We're trying to get him. As you know, that we've followed him since he was running, and really one of the first stations that really highlighted what he was doing, the affordability crisis. That's what Ryan McKenzie, our congressman from Northampton County, that's really what he was talking about. He won on that. So why did he vote with Democrats this time? We have invited him on certainly to talk about it. It's an important conversation as the midterms come up. So we're looking at all of this breaking news. We're watching SCOTUS. How are they going to rule? Important rulings coming up. And then the stock market making history, reaching 49,000. Will it reach 50K by the end of today as we look at Wall Street? So a lot swirling. I want to get to our next guest as we think about, and this is broadandliberty.com. You know, they're near and dear to my heart. They do an incredible job. If you don't rely on broadandliberty.com, can I just tell you something? They are, and personally, I'm friends with a lot of the founders and whatnot, but they do an incredible job and really zoom out, zoom in, great analysis, and bring it local, but also take it national. So broadandliberty.com. This is Albert Eisenberg writing about the independent path forward for Pennsylvania's Maverick Senator John Fetterman. It's an important conversation to have as we think about politics. We think about Pennsylvania front and center. Really want to welcome in Albert Eisenberg, and I know you're one of the founding fathers. Is that fair to say, Albert? One of the founding fathers of Broad and Liberty.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, Dawn. I've listened to your show. I've heard your name many times, but I don't believe I've ever been on. So thank you for the opportunity to join today.
Yeah, thanks for being here, and thanks. It's nice to meet you face to face. If you're watching on YouTube, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Why are you writing about Senator John Fetterman? Why is he important to you?
He's incredibly significant. I mean, if you zoom out, we who work in politics and media are constantly spending every day sort of analyzing the ups and downs of the moment, SCOTUS decision, the markets, the ICE shooting. And if you really zoom out, we have a situation in America where we're incredibly polarized, but there's also a very strong hunger for people who are willing to reach across the aisle, be humanizing towards the other side, and cut across on issues where both parties at times are not really within the realm of normal. I'm a conservative, I'm a Republican, but I know that my party at times is not fully in the normal lane, and I certainly know that about the Democrats. So Fetterman's really interesting because he is the political figure of the moment who is willing to step out on key cultural and economic issues and policy issues and oppose his party, which has made him extremely unpopular because Democrats, as I write in this piece, enforce ideological sameness. I don't think Republicans do this the same way. That's why cancel culture was born on the left. So Fetterman, because of his support for immigration laws, because of his support for Israel, again, its existential fight against Hamas, and because, he called out Schumer on the shutdown, like he's just kind of been normal. And he would lose a Democratic primary as a result. So I'm making an argument that we can get into that I think he should ditch the Democrats, become an independent this year. And he says he won't join the Republicans, but he can become an independent and caucus with the Republicans, and I believe he'll be more successful there.
Is that realistic, though? I mean, as far as money goes and fundraising, and then what would that look like with a three-way race? Because then you have, and you mentioned in your article, Connor Lamb, and isn't that there's so much irony in this because Democrats could have at the time when John Fetterman, and thank God he looks like he's okay now, but when he had that stroke,
yep,
they could have said, hey, Connor Lamb, huge name. I mean, that was kind of a shocker, right? A huge name in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And they could have said, not for nothing, not for nothing, John, but maybe you should take care of yourself and your health, and let's move forward with Connor Lamb. I wonder privately if they really regret that move.
Potentially. I think if he had continued being, a complete progressive a-hole, which is how he ran, is how his campaign ran, they would have continued to paper obviously in much better health now than he was in 2022 when he was felled by a stroke and the Philadelphia Inquirer didn't report it. And that debate between him and Oz wasn't broadcast in Philadelphia at all.
No.
So they were very happy to, and then we see all these leaks now and his former staffers talking to the media about how his health is a real problem and his judgment's a real problem. It's like, no, he's just pro-Israel. And you hate him, so you're going to smear him. They've done this playbook before. They've done it with Kristen Sinema in Arizona. They've done it with Joe Manchin in West Virginia. They hate apostates. They consider him a heretic. So first and foremost, we all need to recognize he will lose a Democratic primary. That's just what it is. The Democrats are going to get their people in line. They're activated. They're educated. They get their talking points from the top, and they're going to vote in unison for Connor Lamb or Brendan Boyle or Chris DeLuzio or whoever decides, whoever's the guy. And there might be a couple of them, but I still think he's going to lose the Democratic primary. The thing for Republicans is Fetterman is not going to switch to being a Republican. This is what everybody on the inside says. It's what Fetterman has said all along. And from what you can tell about Fetterman, love him or hate him, he seems to be somebody who says what he thinks. I don't think he's going to switch to being a Republican. What he might consider doing is switching to being an independent. The key deal that needs to be made is on the Republican side, which is we are going to clear a lane for you. We're going to take a partial victory, get you to move from being a Dem to an independent, join the Republican caucus, and we are going to either endorse you and a Republican for Senate in 2028, or we're just going to clear that field and say you're the endorsed guy. Because the thing, people might not like it, real conservatives might not like it, but Pennsylvania is a light blue state. When Bob Casey won re-election in 2018, he won by 13 points. When Dave McCormick flipped that seat 6 years later in 2024, he won by 0.2 percentage points. So that's a 6.5% D spread. So we need to accept, even in a very high water year like 2024, Pennsylvania does not flip Senate seats. So we have a very slim shot in a year like 2028 coming off a Trump term to win that as a Republicans. We could find a path to help win re-election for Fetterman as an independent. I think it'd be good for the country. I think it'd be a win for Republicans.
I'm surprised at this. I mean, he is somebody who, yes, thank God, he's authentic, and he has been a voice of reason. I'll agree with you with regard to Israel and the anti-Semitic behavior that it seems like progressives have just almost condoned, which is horrifying to me. And some other issues. He's been a common sense, let's say, voice. But on most other issues, I mean, he's lock and step with all the Biden policies. So right. I don't know, Albert. I mean, I don't know that Republicans would go along with that. So if he's vulnerable and they knock him out, then what I hear you saying is that you're worried that no Republican could beat somebody like Connor Lamb, or I think the tougher one to beat is probably Brendan Boyle, who's very likable.
I think it's possible that we win an open U.S. Senate seat. It's also possible that he runs as an independent and siphons off more Republican votes than Democratic votes because he's more popular with Republicans right now than Democrats. And you're right, Dawn. He's not a staunch conservative. He is pro border enforcement. He's pro, robust American presence in the world. He's pro capture of Maduro. But he's in some ways a bleeding heart. And I think that's fine. It's good to have ideological diversity. That means that he's not going to be a Republican. But I think we can invite him to the table. And that's how people persuade others, is they invite them to the table and they say, hey, we're not going to criticize you for being pro-choice as long as you're not extreme or crazy about it. But come sit with us. Let's learn from each other. And you could be more effective in the Republican caucus than the Democrat caucus. And as I write, Fetterman has learned that Democrats are complete ideological, dogmatic people, that they don't care. They hate you if you oppose them on any key thing. And Republicans just aren't like that. So I think he'll get a warmer reception on the Republican side if he were to do what I suggest, which is ditch the Democrats, declare as an independent, caucus with the Republican majority in the Senate. It would be a huge win for Republicans because we would be able to persuade him to take more votes on our side. And you're right. His voting record is more left than right. He's a Democrat. That being said, he can be persuadable. He's a common sense person, and he doesn't have to be everything to everybody. We need to view it as a partial win.
Albert, do you think part of this is because he has Senator Fetterman has talked about the fact that he was raised in a Republican family. His parents, his rest of his family, Republicans. And so part of me just thinks, wow, does he go back to his roots? I mean, this is, you do see people evolve in life, some people.
Yes.
And especially Democrats. And so
yes.
Is he somebody as a younger person? He went to Harvard and is he evolving? Do you, I just get the sense from you, I'm inferring from you that you believe he's somebody who is evolving. He's friends with a lot of Republicans.
Yes.
Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, and him and Dave McCormick have a great working relationship. And frankly, I love our Senate pair. I think they're both great. I think that Democrats who are in prominent positions and regular normal people who learned through COVID, where if you said like, hey, I think maybe we shouldn't defund all police. I don't think all cops are bastards. Or like, hey, maybe like I'm gay, but maybe men and women shouldn't be competing in the same sports. Maybe we're different. Or like, maybe we don't need a COVID vaccine every 6 months. That seems a little weird to me all of a sudden. You get cast out. And you get punished. And that happens for regular people, and it happens for public figures. Marianne Williamson has talked about it. A number of prominent former Democrats have talked about it. Kristen Sinema talked about it. I think it's happening to Fetterman because that's how they enforce their power, is they cast you out and punish you socially. It's a psychological thing that happens. And he, maybe because of his background, maybe because of his brain injury, he seems immune to whatever it is that makes you like stop and think, oh, what are they going to think about me? He doesn't seem to care. So he is facing the concentrated brunt of all of this Democrat left-leaning anger because they hate when you step out and all this media apparatus behind it. So I think he's learning that. I don't think he's comfortable or at home in the Democratic Party, and I don't think the primary voters like him. I don't think the party likes him.
What other voices do you see, Albert, when you, like, I'm thinking about Stacey Garrity or Kathy Barnett, who ran and won Montgomery County, by the way. Are there any other people that you are watching carefully as far as who's going to go for the Republican, side of this Senate seat run?
Well, Stacey, we have to win her election
right.
first in 2026, obviously, Dawn. So she'll be our governor, so she'll be out of the question. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think there are talented people in Harrisburg, some of whom I'm sure you know, that are impressive to me. I think Rob Bresnahan particularly is talented and charismatic in PA8. I think that we probably could find business or, people from the private sector that would be compelling to voters, but we definitely need to focus on our farm team. Keep electing great people, keep supporting them. And then people like you who are, able to get our voices across in the media, and myself having founded Broad and Liberty, we need to create an infrastructure that gets, normal Republican and conservative voices out there because we have better ideas.
Yeah, but you look at, I'll just say this to you as a child of the media. I've worked in television news, most of my career. And that is, look at what's happening right now. I started out on the morning show, 6:00 this morning, Albert. You think about what is the conversation right now and how easily it is to control the media. The media is complicit right now, the mainstream media and even social media, complicit with Democrats and particularly progressives. So how do Republicans break through? I mean, think about the economy and the economic news and the boom. I mean, it's a boon right now with this incredible, historic. I can't even. We should be celebrating this incredible Trump economy right now that nobody even saw how good it could be. What's everybody talking about? They're talking about Minneapolis and ICE, and that's what the media is consumed with right now. So, what do you feel is a pathway that Republicans have the breakthrough?
Great question. I think a key question for people who care about the country and want to advance the timeless conservative values that we care about: freedom, economic freedom, growth, prosperity, continued American dominance. I think we need to own the message and understand that on the Republican side, we don't have an always on PR campaign. The Democrats do. It's called the media. So we have to create an always on PR campaign. And I run a political marketing firm. So this is my role in life, aside from the media work and the writing and the thought leadership, is to develop messages and campaigns that can get in front of regular working voters and be persuasive to them who don't already agree with us, who aren't coming to listen to talk radio every morning, or aren't tuning into the 5 and watching Fox News. So there's a lot of things that we could win on, including gas prices, energy prices, grocery prices. I mean, the economy, the message has to be, hey, things are really hard. We have a lot to clean up, but we have made progress, and here's how. You could run national campaigns on that. With the capture of Maduro, for example, I worked a lot with Latino voters in Pennsylvania. My firm's been unique in reaching and flipping them. We have an opportunity to reset with Hispanic voters who came to our side in droves in 2024 and now have a lot of buyer's remorse. We could reset the conversation with a little creativity. So I think it involves understanding, like I said, we need an always on PR campaign that involves earned media and paid media. And we need to figure out what are the most compelling messages for regular, normal working people and get in front of them with our best version of that.
Albert Eisenberg. Well, it's your first time here. I hope you come back. I hope it becomes a regular conversation. Philadelphia-based political consultant, co-founder of the great Broad and Liberty. Albert, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dawn. Have a great rest of your day.
You too, Albert Eisenberg. So check it out, broadandliberty.com. I know so many of you love the site, and they have just incredible deep dives into the issues. So that's one of the reasons I love, and they're just great people. But I digress. It sounds like, what is this, like a little lounge music you have going on, Dan Borowski?
Yeah, it's often played on the show. It's a tune called Magic Sunday by Blunt One of the many soulful instrumentals we incorporate here going into break occasionally.
It's a little bit, I'll just say this, it's a little NPR-ish. Hi, Dan.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of podcasts and conspiracy centric YouTube channels that actually use this kind of production, and that's kind of what I'm trying to capture here is a younger type audience, a younger type demographic that is used to kind of hearing this kind of sound as they wrap up their videos and make their final points as they head into breaks and such.
Well, it's better than, I feel this is much better than using music that on the YouTube chat they can't hear.
Yeah.
So I love that you're doing this. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, he's better than Zioli's producers, because they just play that and then it's silent on the YouTube. I'm starting a war here. So a week from today, not today, but next Friday, Rich Zioli, 10:30. And is that going to be a regular gig? Do we get Zioli Fridays?
Yeah, every Friday at 10:30, Rich Zioli join in.
So I'm very excited for that. We have a lot coming up, a lot to update you on. Today, there's a lot of breaking news. And we want to go through, but I want to reiterate something that I started early this morning about how we are getting played. America, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, we're getting played. It's happening again. This stuff makes me crazy, so we'll talk about that moving forward. Got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans. You've heard me talk about them for years now, and they're great, and I trust them, and that's important. So do you have people in your home, as far as your HVAC, your furnace, your water heaters, do you have your guys? If you don't, you got to trust my guys, Marvin E. Cans. So I told you about this last year, that they had installed this incredible, and it's really about problem solving in your home. Maybe you're like me, because Larry and I, we've lived in this house in the historic section of Philadelphia, didn't have the proper ductwork for our lower level where our office and home studio are. That became a problem for us. Jonathan Cans comes in, he says, Dawn, I've got a solution for you. It's the ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Total game changer for us. It is cozy and warm, and they took the humidity out. It's like perfect. And Jonathan knew what to do. That's what I'm saying. So you got to trust my guys. We love it. And we love this Mitsubishi Electric ductless unit, keeping us nice and cozy and toasty during this winter weather. Visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop. Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So just to push the reset button really quick, we will have the conversation with Dawn Fantasia, another Dawn. It'll be a double Dawn coming up at 11. But we want to talk about really what's happening in the nation and why we're getting played. If you think about what happened yesterday and what happened this week and now the political narrative that has taken over. But we did have that shooting in Oregon involving CBP, so federal officials, not ICE, as was originally reported. And this was reportedly of two individuals, illegals, Tren de Aragua, as identified from Venezuela, and they were refusing to comply with CBP officials and allegedly weaponized their vehicle. That's when a CBP officer then opened fire, shooting those two individuals. I know the 911 call was made public last night, but the two individuals, the alleged gang members, illegals, are hospitalized. That one under review. And then Minneapolis, more protests this morning. But Philadelphia, front and center on this, as progressives here really calling into play a peaceful protest. Nothing went wrong or anything in Philadelphia. But you had D.A. Krasner, the sheriff, who herself has been the subject of corruption allegations. They were leading the charge, as well as progressive city council members here in Philadelphia, holding that news conference and making a lot of allegations. And it's all about Trump, and it's really all about the midterms. We'll talk about all that. Great economic news. We'll get into that. Dawn Fantasia. It's all coming up. Stay right here. This is The Dawn Show, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Find your perfect home with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. The perfect solution for home buyers and sellers. Enjoy lower rates, variety of terms, and access to exclusive savings benefits like a 20% cash reward. Get peace of mind with our experienced team who's been helping home buyers since 1964. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 220? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L-Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time. It's too long of a vacation. Like
never too long.
7 days is too.
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You look at what's happening in Minnesota right now, in Minneapolis, and you think to yourself, honestly, with ICE moving in and releasing the mugshots, for example, of some of these very violent predators, pedophiles, and you think to yourself, ICE is going into communities in laser-focused operations and making arrests of individuals, not just alleged predators. Understand this. They've already been convicted, and they're now facing other charges, okay? They released a slew of mugshots yesterday. You can look it up, and I reposted some of them. But in this case, you think, well, this is a no-brainer, right? I mean, in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, across the nation, aren't you for catching predators and pedophiles and getting them out of the country and extracting them from our communities? Isn't that a no-brainer? And yet, if you really think about this upside-down land that we live in, the truth is nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying, well, of course we're for taking these predators out of our communities, right? But that's not what's happening. So think about the narrative and working against the narrative that's happening right now in real time, and understand this is all political. These are political talking points, okay? That's what's happening, and I cannot stress that. Please stop getting sucked into this, and there are some emotional issues. I get it. But I want you to really look at the big picture and understand that the Democrats, in particular the progressives, are very artful, are very good at all coming together like sheep and following each other and having those Democrat talking points. And guess what? In places like New Jersey, they win elections because of it. So I just have to put that front and center for you as we welcome in our next guest. And this is another Dawn. We're having double Dawn. Dawn Fantasia, elected official, a representative in New Jersey. Dawn Fantasia, welcome in. Happy Friday. It's a Fantasia Friday.
Hi, Dawn. Happy Friday to you.
New Jersey Assemblywoman, and also you're really a public charter school administrator, education expert. Education obviously near and dear to your heart. I would imagine that's why you ran for office in the first place, as I recall. Take me through and I'll talk about some of the headlines. By the way, there's no pardon, no surprise with Bob Menendez, that headline this morning. But take us through, as New Jersey now joining this growing list of states across America, limiting students' cell phone use during the school day, and not just cell phones, but probably just devices, if you think about it. What do you think about that? And was it a no-brainer and should have been done a long time ago in New Jersey?
Well, on the cell phone issue, I absolutely support limiting student cell phone use during instructional time and during the school day. Phones are undoubtedly one of the biggest distractions in the classroom, and they absolutely hurt learning. However, I do have concerns about safety in how we implement that. So in a real emergency, a lockdown, medical emergency, or, bus delays, parents and students need communication. So locking these phones away, sometimes in a pouch, is not the same as simply restricting their use. I think that's a distinction that really does matter. So again, when I was a classroom teacher, when I was a school principal, I had a no cell phone policy during the school day. The students were given a warning. If they were seen with it, we confiscated the phone till the end of the day. The parent had to come to the school building in order to retrieve the phone. Again, I do have some reservations by way of locking them away because emergencies don't make appointments, right? So for certain, quote, emergencies, a child could always, report to the school nurse, report to the office, use that phone to reach out to the parent. But in a real-time scenario, I do have reservations about it.
And let's talk about, and I've been reporting on this, Dawn, for years. I used to, my husband, Larry Menzi, hosted a show, Jersey Matters. I reported for it for years and spent a lot of time in Trenton actually covering all the events involving these mergers and the idea of merging hundreds of school districts and just school district funding. My big take, if I zoom out, is that ultimately it felt like a Joe the Plumber type issue in Obama, back in the day of Obama, sort of redistribution of the wealth. And what that meant was, right, in places like, I remember Tom's River and these heartbroken students and teachers were losing jobs and they were losing programs. And this does affect students right in the classroom. So can you take us through what's going on, what's the real battle, and take us through, if you could, and explain to us this, will it be a forced merger of these hundreds of school districts?
Well, the issue in New Jersey is very unique. We have a very unique school funding formula that may be probably the proudest dysfunction that I've seen in any way to fund education, public education in any state. It is linked directly to your property taxes, and then the state funnels money from wealthier districts to subsidize what we formerly called Abbott districts, which were 31 of what were deemed arguably the poorest districts in the state of New Jersey. The problem happens with lack of oversight in those districts, where we see egregious abuse of those funds, a lot of corruption, a lot of misspending of funds on sending board members on trips to Honolulu, spending $250,000 on balloon decorations, squandering money on consultants, shadow consultants that really didn't produce any product. So, again, you have a lot of contention around quote-unquote wealthier districts or even middle-class working districts sending their money to Trenton. Trenton redistributes to districts that do a terrible job raising student performance. So that's one issue. But on the consolidation issue, efficiency sounds great on paper, but geography is a big, big problem in New Jersey. So where I represent is New Jersey's 24th legislative district, and that's the very, very top of the state, northwestern corner of the state. And a couple of the counties that I represent are Sussex and Warren counties. And Sussex County alone is 535 square miles. Warren County is about 360-ish square miles. And they're very large rural areas, very long distances between towns, and limited public transportation and infrastructure. So we have kids who are already spending long hours on school buses, and if you start forcing consolidation without any regard for geography, you make it worse. So longer rides, hours-long rides mean less time for homework, sleep, anything. It's a quality of life issue, and it's also a huge cost driver in our rural districts. So you could merge schools that are 30, 40, 50 miles apart, and you don't save money. All you do is increase mileage and labor and wear and tear. So I'm not opposed to studies, and I'm not opposed to finding real inefficiencies, but New Jersey has this disease where they've never seen a one-size-fits-all approach. They didn't fall in love with the majority party. They love their one-size-fits-all that just deals with urban reality, and not rural reality. So I think we're going to see a lot of problems and a lot of caveats that are going to happen because of this one-size-fits-all approach.
And so, what's the answer here? I mean, you look at 600 districts. I mean, even Florida, which is a huge state, has less than 70. I think 67 districts. So how do you consolidate that or deal with it and make it fair and not? I mean, especially post-pandemic, with how children have suffered, and I don't have to tell you this, you're an expert in this, but how do you really preserve and in fact make the quality of education in New Jersey, which has gone down, unfortunately. Used to be New Jersey was 1 or 2, right? So how do you raise and improve the quality of education while trying to make this fair?
Well, part of the problem, again, like I said, what is the one size fits all? There are places where consolidation is natural and would make sense. It is lunacy that we may have, 600 plus superintendents for 600, school districts. It's silly. We can consolidate some of those upper management positions, but my fear is, again, that sounds good on paper, but New Jersey is incredibly addicted to mandates and paperwork and things that look good on paper. So in order to meet all of the, quote, requirements at the state level, it takes a lot of human beings to push a lot of paper around, and more of that money needs to be directed towards effective programming, and more of that money needs to hit actual schools and classrooms, and not be focused on a consultant who consults a consultant to consult the consultant. And that's what we see all the time. So I think redirecting those funds in a smarter way, consolidating where it's possible, and reducing the very top administration. For instance, we have some school districts that have, let's say, 4 elementary schools that feed into one high school. There's no reason why that is not one school district with a cohesive curriculum and a learning map that follows the same trajectory. So when those students reach the high school, they're all coming with the same core knowledge. That's more efficient. It saves money. It's an economy of scale. So things that really can help, I think, reduce. But again, we need to study it carefully, and it can't be across the board. We need to regionalize perhaps and see what fits best.
In the headlines this morning, we're talking about the economy, and there are a lot of great economic indicators I've been talking about, as well as thinking about housing and affordability. And you've been very active on social media and speaking out about these aggressive, affordable housing mandates. So can you take us, and this is a huge, obviously for New Jersey, is a huge issue, well, for all of us, but take me through what you're dealing with, what you're against, and what you're for.
Well, what's absolutely outrageous with the affordable housing scheme, and it dates back to what was called the Mount Laurel Doctrine, which only we call Mount Laurel Doctrine on steroids, was A4, which was a new piece of legislation signed since I have been in the legislature. And all that did was bolster what the majority party and their bureaucrats have decided is a fair share housing number in New Jersey of affordable units in every town. Now, here's the problem. There are 47 urban towns that are not held to this, so they are the biggest drivers of population increase. And what the majority is trying to do is say, to even the playing field and make everything level, every single town needs to absorb X amount of, quote, affordable housing units, and they're stripping local control away. And where this causes a problem, again, is in suburban areas and specifically rural areas where I represent. We don't have public water and we don't have public sewer in about, I would say, 65% to 70% of our towns in Sussex County and maybe even more so in Warren County. So you are actually asking, for put people in homes where there is limited infrastructure, next to no public transportation. So that limits employment. We are considered commuter counties for employment purposes. The schools can't handle capacity like that. And it just makes no sense because the infrastructure is not present to force specific affordable, quote, affordable housing. And they are actually allowing developers to sue towns that say no, to projects that would normally fit what their zoning or their town's master plan allow for. But here's the real kicker. 27 towns joined a federal lawsuit to sue the state of New Jersey, some affluent towns, even in areas like Bergen County, citified towns. But of those 27 towns, 10 of them actually overwhelmingly voted for Mikey Sherrill for governor, who was one of the biggest proponents of A4 in the affordable housing scheme. So now they're wringing their hands and saying, how can this happen? Well, you just actually perpetuated that. Because if the state went in a different direction with a Republican governor and Jack Ciattarelli, these lawsuits would go the way of the dodo, in my opinion, because he had a much, much better, more comprehensive and realistic understanding of what is possible and what's not. The Democrats often say, this is just a case of, NIMBY, not in my backyard. Mm-hmm. And that's not it at all. It's not NIMBY. What it is we simply can't sustain sending our money, our resources to support urban schools that use up the money incorrectly. And now you are asking us to create housing that our infrastructure simply can't afford. It really is a recipe for disaster. It's, I say thinly veiled socialism, and that's the way I see it.
Well, and speaking of that, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia, the conversation continuing, when you think about this so-called sanctuary status of New Jersey, and then you look at what's happening around the nation, now we know, for example, about the level of people within our communities who are being arrested and convicted, charged, etc., with some pretty, I think, concerning crimes. It's not just about burglary or things like that. These are specifically violent pedophiles. There's another one today in Reading, for example, a case with 5 and 6-year-old little girls. Pedophiles, predators. It's pretty sick stuff. Where do you see the status of New Jersey, Dawn, going as far as these sanctuary cities, sanctuary counties?
We are going nowhere good. We have 3 immigration bills actually on the table. We close our session for the 222nd legislative session. Actually ends on Monday is our last voting session. And we have 3 immigration bills on the table, and together they form a single system that bolsters what was called the Immigrant Trust Directive, which was a directive issued by our Attorney General's office, the prior Attorney General, to Matt Platkin, and then Matt Platkin continued it. And I like to call these 3 bills, 1 is the sanctuary, 2 is the eraser, and 3 is the blindfold. And the first bill, the sanctuary, designates hospitals, schools, and shelters, courthouses, churches as, quote, protected locations where federal immigration enforcement is restricted. So these are the places where victims would go. So women fleeing abuse, children in shelters, families in crisis. And to me, this turns these places into a predictable hiding spot for drug traffickers, human traffickers, abusers, and predators instead of actually being a refuge. So now they'll know where to go, to that sanctuary. The second bill that I call the eraser that's the bill that prohibits government agencies and healthcare facilities from collecting any kind of basic identifying information. So that would be like immigration status, place of birth, social security numbers, anything like that, except in very narrow circumstances. So it's basically destroying the trail law enforcement uses to connect any of these criminal cases, to identify traffickers and locate any kind of offenders. So you can't dismantle criminal networks if the state erases the records that track the people who are there and where they've been. And then the third one that I call the blindfold is this bill bars police from asking about or acting on immigration status, and it blocks cooperation with the federal authorities except, again, in very narrow situations. So that means our officers dealing with people charged with serious crimes like you were talking about may be legally prevented from contacting the one agency that can remove these people from the country. And I think it handcuffs law enforcement. It forces them to ignore what they reasonably suspect, and it lets dangerous people disappear back into the community. So you put these 3 bills together, and they do one thing. They blind the police, they create hiding places, and they erase the trail. And when that happens, the people who benefit are not our families, not our children, not our daughters. They're criminals who don't want to be found. I think there is so many holes in this legislation. It's terrible.
It sounds like your job, I mean, usually when you think of a job as an elected official like yourself, usually there's a decorum and that sort of thing. Sounds like you've got a bit of a toxic workplace. What's going on in New Jersey? What happened Monday?
Well, Monday was something else. And I'll preface this by saying I belong to 3 committees, and my committee chairs, who are, all chaired by Democrats, do run their meetings with decorum, very professional. However, that's not the case across the board. What happened, it was in the Assembly Judiciary Committee. There was a huge procedural breakdown, and I'm going to be super careful and factual about this. I wasn't in that room. I was in a different committee meeting with the chairwoman of that meeting, who started her meeting an hour late. She rolls into that meeting, and in that meeting, a sitting GOP assemblywoman was called a Nazi and evil by members of the audience for asking basic legal questions. Some gentleman came up to testify on the hot mic and said, we're going to turn into the Third Reich, and then chaos ensues, and no meaningful action was taken to restore order by their chair. And, reports say that the chair was, egging on that type of behavior. So that alone is unacceptable in a legislative committee, but this is what makes it even more troubling. In Trenton, we have a state police presence in committee rooms. It's not random. Leadership can request when they anticipate controversy. So, for instance, when we had the pornography in schools bill hearings, Their leadership thought it important to protect, I guess, against Christian mothers who were upset. I don't know who they thought they were protecting from, but I remember in that meeting we had 3 state police officers in that meeting to help maintain decorum. But for this, one of the most emotionally charged immigration hearings in years, where the chair boasts that 200 people came and testified, there was 0 visible state police presence when the hearing began. And then the chaos unfolded. And I was told later that officers came in towards the end as they were coming from another meeting. And when controversy is expected, you staff it from the start. You don't wait until a member is being shouted down. And our member was escorted out the back when the committee meeting was over and walked to her car, for her safety, to be escorted out. So, it's not leadership's job to pick sides. It's to protect the process, right? And testimony comparing lawmakers to Nazis and the Third Reich goes completely unchecked. Applause follows. Orders not restored. That's very problematic. If you need a mob to pass your legislation and you can't control a meeting, you shouldn't be in charge of a meeting.
Yeah. Dawn Fantasia. And do you think, will that go to a vote, that particular bill? Do you think you'll see it'll go to a vote next week? Is that what you said?
That suite of 3 bills, the 3 of them together, should hit our agenda for Monday. We're getting kind of the legislation in piecemeal because we had many long committee meetings all week long. And just yesterday, there was an appropriations committee meeting that lasted from 11 a.m. till well after 9 p.m. at night to get the last bills through. So we're going to see through the weekend. It's going to be one heck of a weekend for the New Jersey legislature. Appropriations alone had 71 bills on their agenda yesterday. So there's going to be a lot going on. It's going to be a very, very late night for us on Monday night. And then the next legislature gets sworn in on Tuesday the next morning.
Oh, my goodness. Dawn Fantasia. Well, keep us posted. It's always great to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
You too. So we'll continue to track it for sure. I used to spend a lot of time this time of year hanging out in Trenton. And here's the thing about New Jersey. I love New Jersey. If you've ever spent any time at the Capitol building and the rich history in New Jersey, and that was one of my assignments that I loved in my career, and just reporting on New Jersey, not just the politics, but also the history. New Jersey is an incredible state with such great opportunities, and it makes me sad to see the politics. So I think it's oppressive. And I think part of the reason where I'm going with this. Dan Borowski knows where I'm going with this, because they don't have a television news market. Nobody covers. Journalism does matter. True journalism, covering a place like New Jersey, covering these issues, informing the public. And I will say to you, I do hope that is brought up in New Jersey. They don't even have a television market. So imagine the state. Let me think about this. Michigan. Or think about North Carolina, comparable states, right? And then imagine them not having even one television market. Do you know New Jersey does not even have one broadcast market?
It's nuts. Absolutely nuts. But New York has a bunch, Philly has a bunch, and it's side notes all the time. Philadelphia, they have a bureau for suburban New Jersey reporting that is criminally understaffed.
Yeah.
It's sad to see the state of media. I mean, and one of the things I think reporting, especially television channels and such, there are parents out there that hear 500 students or less. If your district is 500 students or less within this bill proposed by Democrats, your district might be at the fear of consolidating, or you might have to fear your district consolidating into a nearby district. And
it's bizarre.
It's crazy that there are parents out there that might not know that their district is one of these districts being talked about. And without a news source in New Jersey to cover that kind of stuff, I don't know if they're ever going to know,
Well, I think that's so. Matt Rooney, I think SaveJersey.com isn't that one of the leading? He created that site.
Well, can I do a shameless plug here?
Of course.
Yeah, my father is a longtime journalist. He was a finalist for Goldsmith Awards. What's the big one that they have? The big journalism award that I don't know.
Edward R. Murrow.
No, the big
Emmys.
writing. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, he's a very award-winning journalist who left the world of newspapers and launched his own site. It's called 70 and 73. trying to cover some of these suburban-type New Jersey stories, particularly in the suburbs of Philadelphia, 70 and 73 being the road that goes through Camden County, Burlington County. And he covers a lot of these things, and what he did is he actually went district by district and put together a flowchart. You can go to 70and73.com right now and click through and find whether your district is in threat of being consolidated here. And just real quick, Gloucester County, Winona Borough, Woodbury Heights, National Park Borough, South Harrison, Westville, Elk Township, and Greenwich Township. Then you got between Burlington and Camden counties, Woodland Township, Laurel Springs, New Hanover, Riverton School District, Gibbsboro, Oakland, Brooklawn, Springfield Township, Lawnside School District, Beverly City School District, Delanco School District, Merchantville, Magnolia, Woodland, Mount Ephraim, Medford Lakes, and Summerdale. So if you live in any of those school districts, there's the threat of being consolidated as a stupid solution to the outrageous tax hikes you see there in New Jersey because administrators can't get their crap together.
Thank you. Carla Jenkins says, good morning, everyone. Excellent interview with Dawn Fantasia. Thank you very much. So, Dan, when you're speaking like that, I know that you were just showing the site.
Yeah.
Why aren't we seeing you?
You can. I have this little crossover, and I just saw Albert Eisenberg still frozen there. I'm a one-man show over here trying to control everything.
I thought it was Dan. If you're on YouTube, I thought it was Dan at first. I'm like, wait a minute, Dan doesn't have a mustache like that. I'm looking to my right where Dan is physically, and then I look out of the corner
I need
of my
a haircut.
eye.
That's my problem. I'm on camera because I look like a schlub.
But we want... Okay.
Hold on, I'm putting me on camera.
That's not Dan. That's
there I am with my schlubbiness, and
right.
Look at this hair. Look, it's disgusting. I haven't grown over my ears.
Can I ask you, Jimmy
Pulitzer?
Sue's,
there you go, Matthew. Thank you. He was a Pulitzer finalist.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Dan's dad. But we want to see. Right? Tell Dan. I mean, I'm not doing a poll here, but there's Dan.
What do you want him to tell me? How
shot.
gross I am?
No, we want to see you.
Oh.
You look fabulous.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Look, most guys, Nick Cale and Rich Cioli, would kill for that hair. That's some beautiful hair right there. Am I right here?
Yeah. Well, you have beautiful hair.
Why, thank you.
I mean, Nick Cale doesn't have any hair. So I think even just a little bit he'd kill for.
Dreamy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Rich Valdez was he voted the best Hispanic radio host of 2023? How did we not know that?
Oh, congrats, Rich. It's awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
Mr. Producer, too, right?
Yeah, congratulations.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. So your dad nominated for... Oh, you're welcome, Carla. Always. Your dad is a Pulitzer Prize nominated.
Hold on, I'm looking this up because I want to make sure that I'm not.
Huge.
So Goldsmith here. I don't know if he had Punch Sulzberger leadership. I maybe misspoke. Hold on, let me look.
They're saying Dan looks good. They want to see you.
Here we go. Yeah. So he won the 1994 Goldsmith Prize for investigative reporting with Gilbert M. Gall. They actually looked at the tax-free economy. They wrote a book about it, talking about how the NFL at the time was a tax-exempted company and how churches and all work through. And that was the series through the Inquirer. But he was a Pulitzer finalist as well. It says on his Wikipedia page. I should know this about my father, shouldn't I?
But it's good that you're giving your dad some praise here.
Yeah, I'll send this to him. Yeah.
Jimmy says, and not that I want to make anything awkward, but Jimmy's saying you're a good-looking young man.
I appreciate it, Jimmy.
Good.
Jimmy's a very nice individual to me.
What a sweetheart.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah. Woo to the hair. Dan looks good. Thank you for the compliments, Dawn. I appreciate it. It's nice to have the compliments after such a fiery day in the chat yesterday.
Yeah. Well,
I really ate after what happened in Portland, man. I eat my words on all I was saying yesterday.
You know what? Let's get into that a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's okay. I always lean. If you get to know me, I always lean in, right? And I want to take you behind the headlines, behind the scenes a little bit, and let's have a conversation. It's not going to be awkward. We're going to lean into it. And right around the corner, okay? Are you ready?
Can we hear about your fantastic vehicles first, though?
Yes, my HERV, my Honda Agent.
Your curve.
Scott Bessent, who I am a huge fan of him, he has been speaking out. And they had that, ironically, he was in Minnesota for an economics summit, if you will. But don't even get me started. But Bessent speaking out and talking about, because nobody's talking about the economy because it's very, things are looking very good. But he, in fact, talked about the fact that with all of these, the big, beautiful bill, all of these things going into effect, the Trump tax cuts as well. So let's say you bought a new car within the past year and you took out an auto loan, you can write that off as part of the big, beautiful bill. So you want to look that up and make sure that this is you and you take advantage of it. But kick off the new year on a high note. I'm talking about a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And Piazza, they do have the selection. That's the power of Piazza, as I always talk about it. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, right? And they have thousands, in fact, 3,500 new vehicles, 1,600 pre-owned vehicles, and that is at any given time. They're going to work with you. I'm talking about Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, and pretty much any other brand. Whatever you're looking for, they'll find it for you. Great service, great people, and they are going to treat you like family. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, Piazza, PiazzaAutogroup.com, and then search through the new or pre-owned inventory, whatever you're looking for. Find that dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
A simple piece of paper. It's something we use every day. For the most part, it does what it's designed to do. It sits there flat on your desk as a placeholder for information. But with a couple strategic folds, suddenly your flat piece of paper becomes an airplane and flies across the room. Your 401k is kind of like that flat piece of paper. It just sits there as a placeholder for your money. Alan Cohen of Spectrum Wealth Partners can show you those strategic moves to take your 401k from just sitting there to creating the income you need for retirement. Call today for a free no-obligation meeting. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family-favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand, so make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
The holidays may be over, but it's the perfect time to refresh the rooms you use every day with Kitchen Magic, the family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Plus, the opportunity to lock in current pricing before the year moves on. It's a smart way to start the new year with a home that looks better, functions better, and adds lasting value. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and start your transformation.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Clouds will be on the increase through the afternoon ahead of the next storm system. There'll be a chance for a few showers late in the day. It'll be mild with a high 58. For tonight, some shower chances early, otherwise mostly cloudy, low 44. And for Saturday, clouds continue with periods of rain through the day with a high 48.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Before we get to some very important updates and move on, Dan Borowski, an important clarification here.
Yeah, so we got a comment. I want to get the name right. Capri 650 said, so the only schools being consolidated are South Jersey schools, nothing in the North. Tell me this isn't political without saying it's political. I hate to say, I only read the districts that were in Burlington, Camden, and Gloucester counties, thinking that that's the closest, counties to our listening, where we broadcast from. But no, it does indeed extend up to North Jersey. There are tons of districts that are at risk of being consolidated. 70and73.com is where we're getting that source information. Go look. If you live in a North Jersey county, you can find your information there as well. It's just, there are far too many to read, so I just chose 3 districts and ran with those, Dawn.
Thanks, Dan. So we have so much breaking and so much developing. Oh, my goodness. And J.D. Vance, he was on fire yesterday. I think did a great job at that White House briefing where he really... The most important part of it was Vice President, he's so good at articulating with regard to the media. He talks about the things that, I love it. I couldn't have written it better when he calls out the media that they're complicit and the bias by omission, etc. Fantastic, J.D. Vance. There was the breaking news last night. I started at 6, so forgive me. I'm just going to go through some highlights of what has been going on with the breaking news. But last night, the 2-shot... allegedly 2 Trinidad members, illegals from Venezuela. That's the report we're getting, that they were shot in Portland as they were not complying with CBP. So it was not ICE, as was wrongfully reported. But those 2 individuals surviving that, they're in the hospital. And then, of course, all the fast-breaking developments with regard to Minneapolis. And then here in Philadelphia, we're making national news for really joining in, if you will, with those protests that were happening in Minneapolis and peaceful protests here. City Hall, thousands gathering at the call of Krasner. He was speaking out. We've been talking about it all the morning, so we're trying to mix it up a bit so you don't have the same repetitive information. But Kristi Noem talking about at that press conference, talking about what really happened, what went down, and a lot of the debate centering around the 37-year-old woman who was shot dead. So we're learning more about her. I will just tell you this. The one thing I do want to point out, the disinformation. There was the report that's, look, it's tragic. We'll get to J.D. Vance in just a second. It's tragic to think about any children who lost their mom. These are innocent victims, and no matter what you're thinking about the coping of this, it's tragic. And nobody here ever wants to see certainly anybody shot and killed, but especially a 37-year-old mom. So she leaves behind 3 children. We now know that she was married 3 times in her life. The first husband has custody of her 2 oldest children who are teenagers. And so that dad has the custody of the kids. Then we have her second husband, whom she had a 6-year-old little boy with. And tragically and sadly, that second husband had passed away, had died. And then she met a woman who is identified as her wife, who she then moved around a lot with. So she's originally from Colorado. Then they lived in, I believe, Missouri. And then had more recently, they were relatively new to the Minneapolis community. So the allegation here is that the third spouse, if you will, she was living with currently, and this was a new thing in Minneapolis, it sounds like with what her mom, what Nicole Good's mom has been saying, that that it was the third spouse who was very into all of this, was a very active person with regard to this. So we're hearing that Renee Good was part of this Ice Watch group, but that really it was her spouse. And that explains, if you think about it in your relationship, how you blame yourself. Even the spouse was screaming on the scene, was witnessing this, saying it's my fault. That's why she was saying it's my fault. She had called her, Ms. Good had dropped off the 6-year-old to school, and then the spouse says, come down here, drive down here and help out. So I think that explains that piece of the puzzle, because I was wondering, why is she saying it's my fault?
Do you think it's like a Elon Musk's kid kind of? Because Elon Musk is very vocal in saying that the woke mind virus essentially ingrained itself into. Do you think there's any of that here?
Well, I think as you put the pieces together in a very human, and again, this hurts our heart. I mean, that's Dan and I were here till, we talked after from 12 to 12:30. I mean, this hurts our hearts to see this tragic all the way around. Whether it's the family members of these, imagine you're a family member, a child or a spouse or a parent of these ICE agents. Imagine that. We had a David call in like 7 o'clock this morning, I believe, and that was in the morning show. He called in and said, look, he's a military veteran and the father of an ICE agent. He and his wife are worried sick, right? So all the way around, this is not a good thing. And we don't want any ill to happen to any of the protesters, or certainly not our law enforcement anywhere. To your point, Dan Borowski, I'm inferring from Ms. Good's mother, who's speaking out from Colorado, that's exactly what's going on here. If you listen to her statements, she said, my daughter, college student, award-winning poet, a very loving mom, even the ex-husband who has custody of the 2 oldest kids, said, Renee loved our kids, loves, she's in heaven, loved our kids, good mom, as far as loving mom. We don't know why he got custody. I don't want to get in anybody's business. I certainly don't want to get into bashing this now deceased mother. But I do infer from the now grandmother, who reportedly wants to have a big part in her grandson, the 6-year-old's life. I do infer from her that she was saying Renee was never political, was never involved in any of this stuff. So I'm inferring, to your point, Dan, that's what I believe. Let's play Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House speaking out.
Photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques, to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers.
So that's J.D. Vance on fire yesterday, and he was excellent and really speaking to that press pool, saying, shame on you, press pool, cesspool. But, right, again, I couldn't help myself. I will just say this, kudos to Laura Ingraham. I caught her show yesterday, and she was live from Minneapolis, she was on fire. And I know today she's going to have part 2 with Scott Bessent. Fast-moving live show, doing news, reporting from the scene there, and doing an incredible job. And I loved it. I thought I just want to give that shout out as we think about who's doing what. And with coverage, she is out in the freezing cold in Minneapolis and really hustling throughout the day. And in fact, she was confronted by some of those protesters, and one admitted to her on camera.
Shame! Shame!
Do you have a job? Do you have a job?
Shame! Shame! I'm getting paid right now! Shame!
I'm getting paid right now. Did you hear that?
I haven't seen this until you just brought it up, and I pulled it up. I didn't pull up the video. I got
good.
Yeah, I'm going to put it over on youtube.com/@12WPHT because the reaction of Laura Ingraham when she realizes what this girl just said is absolutely fantastic. So I'll put it up there, and you'll see it here in a second. Wow.
But she was getting people to admit. She said, "Do you have a job?" Which is like, I love it, and I love her. She's feisty. But she just says it's a legitimate, and I'm getting paid right now. So she got people to admit on the scene they are paid protesters. Okay, so good for her.
Here we go. Here's the thank you for that. Take a watch.
Shame!
Do you have a job? Do you have a job?
Shame! Shame! I'm getting paid right now!
Getting paid
Shame!
Her face. I love it.
So it was good stuff.
Look at it. It's great.
Look at her face, just like, and Dan knows what.
A job?
Shame! Shame! I'm getting paid right now! Shame!
Do you have a job?
Shame!
Lauren's face.
So you've done this many times in your career. Who's she pointing to? Is that like a producer over off to the side? She's like, we got what we wanted.
Woohoo!
Shame! Shame!
So it's like, haha, you got played because you got somebody just to admit what they don't want to admit. She's a paid protester right there. And that begs the question, was the significant other of the woman who tragically was shot 3 times and killed during that situation where, I mean, they're saying that she was accelerating toward the officer. He has a split second, but it sounds like they're getting people, and we hear this over and over. There are these talking points. They have training, and they're getting paid for going to these different hot spots, if you will. And that's what's happening in real time. And so my next question is, okay, so let's just say you're a person who signs up for this and you feel that this is important for the future of the country and you're indoctrinated or whatever, and now you're being paid by individuals to travel the country. That's what's being reported here, that the significant other of the deceased mom was one of these individuals, okay? So if that's true, let me ask you something. In our litigious society, the lawyers always win, as Yoli always has said. So at this point then, if you can track that money to extremely wealthy billionaires as funding this, does that tee up these people for a civil suit? In other words, if you're the grandparent, let's say, of the 6-year-old little boy, or if you're the ex-husband now of the 12, and I think the ages are like 12, 13, 15, 16-year-old kids. So let's say you now get an attorney and say, we want to represent these 3 children who've lost their mommy. Does that tee up a civil suit against a group that would fund this and encourage people to defy law enforcement?
I mean,
is that legitimate?
If I work for the Corporation of Odyssey and they put me in a situation where I'm injured or
in peril or in harm's way
or die, I would think that maybe
your
could
wife,
take
your
a
widow.
lawsuit, right?
That's real.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at this and wondering, as the facts come out here, what happens? Do we have to take a break?
That we do.
We do. We'll talk about it. 855-839-1210. We still have a lot going on, and I'll do a rapid fire. I want to get you fully up to speed with what's going on. Be right back.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet, and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
It's a mild Friday, but AccuWeather's tracking late day showers, then chilly rain for your Saturday. The Eagle season is on the line at the link this Sunday as the Birds take on the 49ers in the wild card matchup. Philly's gearing up for MLK weekend with activities for everyone.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So just think about what should be the headline, okay? Headlines that I should be focusing on, because it's all about the economy. The economy, these numbers, experts on shows, I'm not talking about conservative shows or anything like that. You look at these numbers as far as GDP growth through the roof and could even reach 6%. Maybe this is boring, maybe it's wonky, but this affects every single person in the country across the board, no matter who you are, no matter what you do, no matter your age, religion, DEI, whatever, doesn't matter. No matter what your group, this is good news for everybody. You look at, we may very well today reach the 50K mark, which would be huge, with the Dow reaching 49K this week. And so 50K would be the golden number, if you will. But I think that's indicative of the markets just reacting to everything positive jobs numbers. We added 55,000 jobs. Jobless rate ticks down to 4.4%. These numbers are unbelievable. And then everything clicking in with the big, beautiful bill. It's very beautiful. President Trump, he may not dance, but he knows the economy. So you think about all of that happening with tax cuts, getting the tax refunds, and it's looking so fantastic. I know that we haven't heard from Ryan McKenzie, who I just adore because he's this guy who is really authentic. And I think he calls it like he sees it. So I hope that we get him, to call in or come in next week and have the conversation about why he voted the way he did along with other GOP members. And I think it's important to talk about that because what they're looking at is this affordability conversation. And at the end of the day, I suspect what Ryan McKenzie would say to me is, Dawn, it's not the fault of my constituents that people didn't get it together. Okay, they didn't get it together with regard to the ACA. It's not their fault. And so they didn't sign up for that. So let's fix it and let's do it right. I suspect that's what he's going to say. But I'll leave you with this, that one of the things Bessent said, Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, who also runs the IRS and a million other things, it's striking to me that he says the level of fraud that we're seeing, and I'll bring Dom Giordano in because I know Dom, when Dom does speak about this, but you think about the fact that fraud, the fleecing of America, may reach 2%, 1 to 2% of our GDP. 1 to 2%. We're being scammed. That if they can restore that and stop this gross scam that's happening in places like Minneapolis, and we saw it, this is tangible evidence of it. Now California is next. And you heard Frank Scales on Monday, and he'll be back on Monday, talking about the allegation it might be here in Pennsylvania. We've been scammed. We've been played. We've been robbed. 2% of our GDP could have been robbed from us? Wow. I mean, this is the story of the century. None of this is making headlines. But we will get to Dom Giordano. Are we just going to go to the show? Is that what we're doing? So we'll just kick it off. I hope you have a blessed Friday, an awesome weekend. Enjoy this 55-degree weather today. I'll be back on Monday. Dom Giordano, wow, he has some real treats for you today on this Friday. Stay tuned. Dom starts right now.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a Giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy holiday savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey everyone, good Friday. What a big week it has been here on the Dom Giordano Show. And boy, do we have unbelievable guests coming on today to line up some of the things that we've been talking about. But I have some nuggets for you around the big story of the day. Of course, now we have Customs and Border Patrol involved in the shooting in Portland, which is probably the most out-of-control American city. And there's high tension there because of a recent shooting. And apparently this shooting of federal agents involved a car stop, and it involves someone who is apparently potentially involved in that shooting, and someone who is involved in the Venezuelan, remember Martha Raddatz, drug gangs that have flooded. It all comes home, doesn't it? So that story is playing out as the show continues. And we saw in Philadelphia yesterday a rally of the mobs again, blocking traffic in Center City. We have the sheriff of the city of Philadelphia. I'll try to get her on. It's almost impossible. Rachel Bilal, really even more than Larry Krasner, will play it for you, attacking ICE, attacking how bad they are for law enforcement. This is an office, the sheriff's office, that routinely loses weapons that were used in major cases, was involved in a real mess-up debacle of trying to apprehend a felon recently that resulted in the death and serious injury to an Uber driver and a passenger. Rachel Bilal. But here are a couple of the nuggets. Nugget number one, the instincts of these progressives. Did you know that in Minnesota, Minneapolis particularly, the teachers union there is a very much, they're not Chicago, but they're pretty close. Their instinct now, they've gotten the governor to declare that you can learn remotely until February 12th. Here we go again with the shutting down of schools. In other words, they're saying, oh, things are so bad in the city, you may want to have your child learn remotely. Remember that debacle? And the anger is still over COVID and shutting down the schools. Why is that their first instinct? And what's the magic of February 12th? Is it Valentine's Day? You can get back for Valentine's Day? No, I think they want some of these kids to be involved in protest. In fact, it's come out that the woman, and it was a tragedy that didn't have to happen if the police had been allowed to be there and facilitate a peaceful protest and stop a woman from blocking the road. Her child, one child, goes to a charter school whose whole methodology is not reading, writing, and all that, but reading, writing, and radicalism about social justice and activism and protest. And we're talking, I think, a 6-year-old. This is the mentality. That has come out. Here's the other nugget, though. And look, one of my specialties is what happens here locally in the Philadelphia area. All these years, that's what I've been most engaged with. And I've always liked Jenkintown. DJ and Luke played in the basketball league there, summer league I coached. I like some of the shops there, restaurants. But the mayor and others recently were looked at by me because all the police chief did was revise or just bring up to date, so there was no doubt about it, policies involving ICE. And for that, there was such backlash from these groups of activists who may or may not be here legally that the mayor stepped in and, oh, no, we're not going to do that. So Jenkintown, there will be a rally Saturday. Listen to and I'm pretty sure the mayor and others will speak at that, and they say, that won't happen in our town. ICE not welcome, okay? It says about the woman, Ms. Good, a poet, a daughter, a partner, a mother, murdered in the street. This is Jenkintown. This is the attitude, this big story, the Pennsylvania suburbs. I'm looking here in Philadelphia, the rally that was held, and it says that the main speaker, through a translator, went nuts. Why, if you're here legally, if you're a citizen, why would you need a translator? Think about that a little bit. So those are just a few of the nuggets that have gotten my attention around here. But I will play you Rachel Bilal. I have a story that I'm pretty sure you haven't seen, that a representative, and we're trying to get him on in the near future, in Pennsylvania, has a bill demanding that students take a course, and this is particularly at the public college level. I think it ought to be at high school, in socialism and communism. In other words, what he's trying to do is what I always say about this nonsense. Part of the problem in stopping this and dealing with it is that a lot of people think, wow, this is a new thing. Why didn't they think about that before? Well, it was thought about that before. That's why over 100 million people have died under the social, not being charitable, it's probably 200 million, of socialism, fascism, which is related to this, and communism. So I'll give you more details on this. Articles of impeachment have been dropped against Pam Bondi. By dropped, I mean they put them in. They're ready to go to try to impeach Pam Bondi now as the target. So, and one more thing in Minnesota. I have some sound of this coming up. A McDonald's there with a security guard being interviewed. Big sign on the wall, on the door as you go in. We will not serve ICE. We will not serve ICE agents. Now, what I assume is happening here, much like the hotel, is this is a locally owned McDonald's, or franchise, if you will. But if you fly the McDonald's banner, or even if you don't, these are the people, these radical progressives, who always lecture us about the Constitution and about rights. They're a public accommodation here, and they are not going to serve you a cheeseburger. No, this is not going to stand. They won't get away with it. And all this is starting to bleed into everything else. And let's face it, it's a bonanza politically. It's a bonanza because the American people, by and large, are not going to stand with these radicals. So, in addition to that, it kind of swerves into, in one state, the whole fraud issue. Secretary Bessent, Treasury Secretary, was with Laura Ingraham last night. They were both in Minnesota together. And he announced several things, including this fraud task force, a new office. In addition to that, anyone on public assistance will not be able to be shipping money outside the country. Now, it's unclear how they're going to check on that. But in other words, we're not going to let what was happening in Minnesota go to terrorist outfits back home that we've heard, and there's documentation on what's going on with the Somalis. So this fraud thing is not going away. I just pray, and you probably do, that they come here to Philadelphia and certainly Jersey. We will see bonanzas here if they do. And yesterday, I thought it was a master stroke here on the Dom Giordano show that Vice President Vance was brought into the media room, if you will, which, by the way, looks a lot better on TV than it is. I've been there several times. And he talked movingly about this tragedy, which I put at the feet of not having police there to police these reckless people like Miss Good, who are all day long trailing ice. Matt Rooney has up on his he has up on his website, Save Jersey, that NorthJersey.com now is putting up a manner on their website where you can track ice, you can find where they're going to be and update and all that type of stuff. That's just reckless. It is just reckless to continue to engage in this. So today, by happenstance, is National Law Enforcement Day. It kind of, Henry mentioned it to me yesterday. It kind of snuck up on me. So for the side question today, we're going to swerve into that. What an appropriate time to recognize law enforcement. We had Fred Herron on yesterday, former sheriff out in Bucks County, and in the middle of it, talked about being on the front lines when he started as a cop and being spat upon. I couldn't take that. I told you, the spitting part, it just, oh my goodness. So to round out the week, to get your name into the hat, we are looking for somebody in law enforcement, real or fictional. I'm going to take off one of our all-time favorite characters with so many lines. You got to take off Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry, right? The initial scene, I forget which Dirty Harry it was, where he's eating a cheesesteak or something like that in San Francisco, and a robbery happens. You know the scene I mean. Unbelievable. I'm going to take off Jim Malone, even though I don't think anybody would say that, because it's one of my favorites. Sean Connery in The Untouchables, The Chicago Way. He puts one of yours in the hospital, you put two of his in the morgue. Yeah, immortal lines. And I'll also take off Frank Serpico. I'll take off Frank Serpico as one of my real law enforcement, a cop fighting against drug trade and also some dirty cops in New York. One of the reasons is Frank Serpico was put right next to my little plaque in the Italian-American Museum down on Passyunk Avenue, and the guy said it's a line of protection, okay? So hit us with that all-time real or fictional law enforcement, not just a cop. We're broadening it out here to anybody in law enforcement. And when you think about it, law enforcement, isn't that all I've been calling for these last couple of days in Minnesota? Just saying, if the cops were there to enforce the law, you know, this phony term, legal observer. It's like Maryland, man. The left constantly comes up. They make you think that she has a law degree. Or some judge says, now you go out there, I'm swearing you in, and you are a legal observer. Then you report back to me. It's a made-up term. It's just someone who has had training with activists and wants to go and watch what they're doing. Well, nobody said you can't be a legal observer. You can observe all you want. You can film all you want. Knock yourself out. You can't block police and then floor it getting out of that situation. They are doxing today. The British newspapers have put up big articles on who the cop was that shot in this situation. And again, the whole idea of why are they wearing masks? Why are they wearing masks? We know exactly why they're wearing masks, because they want to protect their families. They know what can happen with this. They know how far this goes. So 855-839-1210, you'll get a line. Just hit me with that all-time law enforcement person. And it's all in the call, real or fictional. But think of some of these nuggets. Jenkintown on Saturday now. Here's the town, Jenkintown, Havertown. Remember we talked about them with the No Kings thing? It's endless what's going on in suburban Philadelphia, just endless. We see the appearance of Indivisible, and they have outfits here in Minnesota, in Portland, Indivisible, radical organization, and CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. Soon as they appear on the scene, you know what's going to happen. It is a unified front of the left. And Vance, Vice President Vance, yesterday going off of them, talking about corporate media, just recklessly, irresponsibly giving platform to all this stuff. In what universe do you think you have the right to impede federal agents enforcing the law? And as I said, the headline at the New York Post, federal agents shoot 2 alleged Tren de Agua gangbangers who weaponized a car in Oregon the day after the deadly shooting. But today is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. It is annual. Citizens are encouraged to show support and gratitude for law enforcement by wearing blue, sharing thanks, and supporting local departments every January 9th, regardless of the day of the week. So say hello, thank a cop today, maybe buy them a cup of coffee, whatever you're able to do, or law enforcement in general. Just think of all the outlets that are law enforcement, and I would say at this point, the one under fire the most, is certainly ICE. They're the ones that have to deal with all this stuff, and it's just amazing. We're trying to get on, by the way, the new sheriff out in Bucks County, who just hours after this happened, I think made some out-of-line statements. Can he defend them about overzealous enforcement? Overzealous enforcement. You see what those cops, the ICE people, were going through prior to all this? And all they were doing was trying to get out of that situation, and they're blocked in by people that have romanticized their role to be vigilantes to go after ICE. And you get great credit in the activist community if you engage in this. So you're going to see this weekend places like Jenkintown reveal their true selves and tell us this wasn't someone who was reckless. And by the way, Vance mentioned it. You're seeing any number of women mention it. A mom of 3 engaging in this kind of reckless behavior along with her wife. But a poet, a daughter, a partner, a mother murdered in the street. That's what they're pitching in Jenkintown. We'll see how many people turn out, how many people go down that path. But across the suburbs, these groups have taken root. Delaware County, they control things. They are very, very progressive, as we know. So we're going to continue to monitor that. Of course, in Philadelphia, they just block traffic and get away with it. There is just nothing that you seem to be able to do about that. All right, get in on the side question, though. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on. And boy, do we have some special people coming our way today. We're going to have on the newly minute head of the GOP in Jersey. And I want to take from her, what exactly did she think happened in the last election, and what is she going to do to change things? We're also going to talk with Mark Ross. We talked with him once before. He's the head of the police union in St. Paul, and he's upset in the manner in which police are treated, that they have to follow these dictates of not helping their fellow officers. And we're also going to talk with Henry's buddy, E.J. Antoni. Today might be the Supreme Court. There's whispers might rule that the president can continue with the tariffing. I'm not a fan of the tariffing, only in limited circumstances. So we'll get into all that. 855-839-1210. Get in with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Beverly Pfeiffer. This is my husband, Craig Pfeiffer, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2024.
When you go with Crash Proof Retirement, you will never lose a dime, and you could only increase your portfolio. The 8% that we earned this year is our money. We get to keep it. It gives us the option of either increasing our principal or taking money out to use for travel, for our grandchildren. We have 3 grandchildren, and we love spoiling them with trips, with presents.
We worked hard all our life, and it's nice to be able to just sit back and just watch our money grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Good Friday. Developments now, just in the first 15 minutes. National Catholic Reporter gone after J.D. Vance as a Catholic. Doesn't this man understand, they say, the shame, collective Catholic guilt for this Catholic not to understand the tragedy of what happened to Miss Good? You heard me talk about Jenkintown there. Their nonsense around this. Tucker Carlson, when not fighting off demons, weighs in a newsletter and says, why are so few conservatives unable to view this story, the death of Miss Good, through a human lens? My God. Maybe, yeah, Tucker, because we are so tired of seeing this play out, and it's so clear who the perpetrators of this are. Maybe that's why. And people have even said she's a mom being involved in this, how tragic that is with young children. Tucker Carlson is just odious at this point. He's no longer even smart. I don't know what's happened. It's a little hard to say. Maybe it's the demons attacking him. The NBA had a moment of silence last night for Ms. Good. Now, it was a Timberwolves, so I realize that's in Minnesota. I just want consistency here, though. It's fine to do a moment of silence for her, albeit does that start to cut toward she's without blame in this? Okay, or is it just a human thing to recognize her? Consistency, but it is in Minnesota. Also, she was a member of Ice Watch, this group whose sole mission appears to be, unclear who's paying them, usual suspects probably, to form caravans, to tell others, and to try to thwart ICE from doing their job. That's what resulted in this, and also today's National Law Enforcement Day. I don't include that chief of police in Minneapolis in this. He's just going along to get along. If cops had been there, she wouldn't have been allowed to block this. She would be alive. If cops had been there, there wouldn't be as much chaos as there was. I'll play you Rochelle Bilal, probably a name you may or may not know, just one of the most odious figures in political life in Philadelphia in 50 years. She's the head of the Pennsylvania Sheriffs. So I did Inside Story today, and a question was, why has Trump not moved on Philadelphia given the provocation? I think because of the police commissioner and because of the mayor. But Larry Krasner yesterday raising his fist, you'll see what'll happen to you. Come here. Try to arrest people. And Rochelle Bilal, the sheriff, who can't find guns that are turned in. Sometimes hundreds of them, Rochelle, or more. But can call out ICE and tell us how unprofessional they are and what she's going to do if they come here to Philadelphia. Okay, maybe we will see some action in Philadelphia. All right, Henry on the sides. We got a lot to choose from. I saved a couple just to give people a chance, but I got a couple if they don't call in. What's yours?
Yeah, so I'm going to take two off the board
Good.
here. Someone who fought against corruption within his own police department, and in my opinion, was in the wrong field of work. This man, the way he ran and chased down the bad guys, he should have been running track. He shouldn't have been a policeman, and I'm talking about Frank Serpico.
Well, I took Frank Serpico off.
Oh, did you? I didn't even hear you say that.
Yeah,
man, you took a lot. All right, well, then I'll take my other one off.
Well, my reason is selfish, though. At the Italian-American Museum, I'm in between two Franks. You can guess the other one. The guy said for protection, so they don't mess up your plaque.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's your other one?
So then the other one I'll take off is I've been rewatching That 70s Show lately, which is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, sitcom of all time.
Okay.
And it reminded me that, Michael Kelso becomes a cop in the show because cops look hot in the uniform, and he doesn't want to lose his hotness when he gets older, so he becomes a police officer.
That's an excellent one. My recommendation would be then become a New Jersey State Trooper. They look good.
Nice uniform. Yeah.
Do not become, sorry to say it, Pennsylvania State Troopers.
Yeah.
I don't see Brown's never good in the hats. I'm not a hat guy to start with, but the Jersey hat
the
is
chin
perfect.
too.
Oh God,
yeah,
yes.
You
it's could weird. Be named the most handsome. You could be Brad Pitt walking in, and then you put some other guy in the New Jersey outfit. What's up with that? Come on, let's get the New Jersey stuff going here. Sean, do you have one?
The first thing that came to mind was Columbo.
Okay, sure.
He's just the right kind of unhinged. He loves his wife. Like. He seems like a nice guy who gets the job done. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. In Hollywood. Yeah, that's true, though. All right, let's see. Let's go to Greg in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Nice to talk to you again. The first thing that got my goat yesterday was Larry Krasner, that skank, acting like he's an actual tough guy. Nothing boils my blood when I see that guy standing up there. He's actually a coward, but we'll leave it at that. He just got under my skin, and that's why he does it. He knows nothing can happen to him. He's locked in again. He's already been voted in, so he's safe. No one's going to touch him. He's got protection all the way up the line to the governor, so he can say whatever he wants. And then the media is complicit in all this. When you listen to some of the headlines that this woman was killed in the street, makes it sound like she has walking her children with bags from the supermarket just crossing the street, and they pulled up on her and shot her for no reason because she was standing in the street. How about you? We can make our own decision, and we know it's skewed from the left. How about you just put that she was the second car or the lead car trying to block the ICE vehicles.
Exactly.
Start
Greg,
that.
a little
Just
bit
give it
low.
a little fair shot.
Yeah, a little bit low in time. What's your who's your law enforcement person?
Oh, the greatest one ever, Frank Rizzo.
All right, I let that one out there. I knew we might get that. That's fine. I just wanted to see if somebody first out of the box, Frank Rizzo. Okay. We'll put that into consideration. All right, special guest coming up. This guy was the CEO of American Global Strategies, but really, he was the chief of staff of the White House National Security Council. All right, we're going to talk to him about all that, but a lot of your calls, and then I will play you Rochelle Bilal, the sheriff in Philadelphia, and the sheriff in Bucks County, who's always invited to come on the show. 855-839-1210.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your new year on a high note with a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 3,500 new vehicles and 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time, like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, plus pretty much any other brand that you can think of. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's new and pre-owned inventory, or to find a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom. Good Friday. The winner this week, $50 gift card to Gallows. We got that back. I told you back this week on the side question, National Law Enforcement Day. All-time law enforcement / cop, real or fictional? That's what we're looking for. Hit us with that. Now, we got a lot more as it's just the tide of this with what's going on in Portland now, which is the city most out of control. But special guest, Alexander Gray, is the CEO of the American Global Strategies, LLC. He's also the former deputy assistant to the President, Trump, and chief of staff of the White House National Security Council. Let's go to Alex here on Talk Radio 1210. Alexander, Happy New Year. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Happy New Year. Thanks for having me.
Well, I did read pretty carefully a little bit of the material that we had on you, and it mentioned expertise in the polar areas. So immediately when I saw that, you want to emblazon that now, given what's going on with Greenland. So with that kind of expertise, I don't think we could drag the world and come up with a guess necessarily. Tell me your thoughts on what's going to happen with Greenland. Do you think President Trump's going to offer $100K to every Greenlander and we'll buy it?
Look, Greenland has been something that Americans have cared about, American presidents have cared about since Abraham Lincoln was in the White House. People don't realize this isn't just a Trump thing. This is an American thing. Because it is so critical for our national security, we have Chinese submarines off the coast of Greenland all the time, and we aren't doing nearly enough to keep ourselves safe. The president's been very clear about this. He says that he wants it to be part of the United States. He said it when I worked for him back in 2018. He says it today. People need to take him seriously. He means what he says, and he says what he means. And he has a lot of options to bring Greenland closer to the United States, to make it part of the United States. Look, we do this with Alaska. Alaskans get a percentage of the royalties as a check every month for the energy resources that are under their feet. We can go into Greenland. We can bring American expertise in to develop their minerals industry. They've got the most rich minerals in the world, and we can give every Greenlander a piece of that action. And I think it's going to be a great way to incentivize them to want to have a closer relationship with us.
Talk about when you mentioned 2018, working for Trump. I know 3 or 4 people, a couple of them are friends who worked every day pretty much with President Trump. I've had my own experience in the Oval Office. It's wild, and you did it every day. What's the biggest takeaway? What did you take away from that working relationship?
He's an incredibly smart, much more thoughtful than our media friends will ever give him credit for. He asks incredibly smart questions. He wants everybody in the room. His view is it doesn't matter if you're the translator, the note taker. He doesn't care who you are. If you're in the room with him, he thinks you should know enough to have an opinion, and he wants everybody around him to be smart and quick on their feet and know how to give him good advice. And I can't tell you how many times I would be in the room with him on something that wasn't necessarily my area of expertise. And if you're in the room, he wants to know your opinion. And the guy is constantly searching for information, searching for ideas. And I think the American people can be relieved to know that we've got a president who is literally tireless in trying to find solutions to these really tough problems.
My limited time, not like yours, I would agree. It's exhausting, too. But,
yep.
you know, the one thing, and I'm an out loud, my wife and I debate this all the time. I think out loud. I might say something, and you strike me, you might like that. It's a little bit off, but nobody said it before. But you know what? There's a nugget in there. Trump, I think, is a think out loud guy. He says stuff to you like, Alexander, Greenland, why can't we do that? And you're thinking, yeah, he's right. But, you know, there's this little thing over here we have to work on, too.
Well, the thing about leadership that I learned working for him is it's not his job to come up with the detailed solutions. That's not what we pay our presidents for. Our job is to have presidents who have the vision to see things that the rest of us maybe can't see every day. And he has vision to see things and do things, whether it's peace in Gaza, whether it's the Abraham Accords, to change the way Americans think about free trade. I mean, he has vision that most of us just are never going to have. And the staff, our job was to come up with the execution, the policy, the plans. He says things, he says big picture, bold, ambitious ideas, and it's not his job to flesh it out. That's the staff. But his job, and he's been so good at this for 10 years now, is to lead people into changing their way of thinking and to thinking about things that maybe we didn't even believe we were capable of doing.
Talking with Alexander Gray, who worked national security high level. Alexander, Iran, President Obama didn't even punt when they were saying in the streets, Obama, you're with us. Reagan did answer, and the Soviet Union fell. And Reagan, you talk about vision. I don't even know if you were cognizant of things then. You seem like a youngish guy. But whatever Trump does, and, you know, I see exactly what you're talking about. No one thought we were going to bring the Soviet Union down. That was preposterous. Reagan did, and he started talking Star Wars, even though the ideas were difficult to make. And guess what? They did go down. And I attribute that to Reagan. So with Iran, Trump has said he will come to their aid. It looks like this time around there is a decent shot. I wouldn't say great, because it's tough, but it is more than a decent shot at getting rid of the MOAs. What do you think Trump could do?
Well, just for a second, let's look at what he already has done, right?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the Reagan example. Everything in foreign policy is connected to not just other things in foreign policy, but to domestic politics, too. When Reagan fired the air traffic controllers in 1981,
yes,
it sent an incredible signal to the Soviets that they weren't going to be able to push him around like they did Carter. And that was, you look back at the archives after the Soviets collapsed, they say repeatedly that was when they changed their assessment of Reagan. He wasn't just some actor. He was someone to take seriously on the world stage. When President Trump, he did a couple things in the last few months that I think have changed the calculus of the Iranians. First was obviously working with Israel to strike their nuclear sites this summer. And the second was what he did with Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela over the weekend. And if you compare how Iran has handled these protests with how they've handled protests in the past, usually they just go in with sticks and clubs and they beat the protesters. This time, they've done less of that, and they even tried to buy them off with an insulting offer of $7 a month to every Iranian. That's still a very different approach than they've taken in the past. And my explanation for that is because they know that Donald Trump is watching them and they take him seriously. He's restored deterrence to our adversaries in a way that was lost under Joe Biden after the Afghanistan and Ukraine debacles.
Without a doubt. Now, the big fish, though, the one that even I can see for any president, this is difficult. The Chinese. What would you say, President Trump, based upon that working relationship and the public that we see, what's his position? What's the leverage there? What can be done?
Well, the number one thing, I think we're going to look back decades from now and say one of his biggest accomplishments was in the first term. He was the president who said unequivocally, China's our biggest national security threat. And that was a sea change. It's hard. We forget this now. Barack Obama was basically trying to build a partnership with China, and Trump changed that equation 180 degrees. The biggest thing, he's trying to have a long-term change in the trading relationship where they stop taking advantage of us and putting American workers out of business and destroying our manufacturing base. That's his economic goal. But I think the other thing he understands long-term is China is an extraordinary military threat. I would argue it's the greatest military threat we've ever faced, more acute than the Soviets, more acute than Nazi Germany. It is an extraordinary threat. And when he announced that $1.5 trillion record defense budget a couple days ago, that is designed, in my view, just looking from the outside, that is designed to be a signal to the Chinese that we're going to make the investments long-term to deter them from their ambitions in Asia and globally.
Exactly, and that's getting, I assume, Alex, you agree, it's getting that they think in terms of decades, or I don't know if they really think in terms of 100 years. Maybe they do. And Trump is saying, we're going to be out there at least a decade. There's my reach at least. So during that period of time, don't even think about it.
Yep. It's about restoring deterrence. It's about saying, it takes 10 years to build warships. It takes a long time to do the things that we have to do to stay competitive militarily. It's about saying we're making those investments over the long term so that future presidents are going to be able to have the capability to deter you. Donald Trump, unfortunately, is not going to be able to be in the Oval Office forever. He's, I think, starting to lay the groundwork for his successors to have the same tools that they need to keep China from disrupting our interests in Asia.
That's a great point by you. And you know what? That ought to be recognized as a legacy of a president. How few presidents think in that manner, because you really don't get the credit for it except if you're careful in looking at it. Where do we find you, Alexander, on Twitter, or where do we find you?
You can find me on Twitter, AlexGray4OK, the Twitter.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Alex, have a great weekend. Hope we can talk again sometime soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, that was great stuff, particularly the inside of how Trump thinks on this stuff. More of your calls coming up. And we'll play you Rochelle Bilal. I know I got a lot of emails today. Dom, yeah, I saw her. The sheriff of Philadelphia, the sheriff of Nottingham, telling people you don't want any of this smoke. What the heck? Meaning ICE, stay out of Philadelphia. She's going to come right there personally and kick you out, apparently. I mean, Larry Krasner is preposterous. This person, though. How many guns have they lost today, I wonder, over at the sheriff's office? Someone told me, Henry, too, at the taping today of Inside Story, there have not been sheriff sales in I don't know how long. That's their job. That's why it's called a sheriff sale.
I don't even know what that is.
It's when somebody's delinquent, the property is seized, or I say you didn't pay me something you owe me and you won't do it, and I'm going to come and take the goods out of your house. I've had to go to sheriff sales. And they told me it's anywhere from $40 to $50 million a year that was a driver to the economy with sheriff sales. You're the sheriff. Why are you not doing sheriff sales? Because I'm going to stop ICE. I don't have time for any of these sheriff sales. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We do the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Joining us this morning, Army veteran and TMF veteran mentor, Steve Mappett. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, my pleasure, Nick. My dad was enlisted in the Navy, so he talked a lot about service, military. I get seasick, so the Navy was out. Don't have great eyes, so the Air Force was not a great option either.
Process of elimination.
Process of elimination. I was an Army guy.
Steve Mappett.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy holiday savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a Giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding free bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's Marvin E. KANZE.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Rochelle Bilal is now trending on Twitter. And Mark Fusetta, Mark, if you're listening, nice job. Put up on Twitter a breakdown of staggering, just even for Philadelphia, incompetency. I will play her in a moment, just in a moment. I love this next answer, though. I may have to throw my bias out the window. It's one of my favorite law enforcement, and it's the greatest chase scene to me in history, Henry, is in this film. See if you have a better one when you hear this. Bo in Levittown. Hey, Bo, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom, first of all, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank
January
you.
9th.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'll give you my I was excited with this question because probably some of my favorite movies. It's Gene Hackman as Jimmy Doyle in the French Connection movies. I'll say movies.
Yeah,
I thought they were...
the second one's a little bit, but the first one, first of all, Popeye Doyle, and the chase scene under the elevated in New York doesn't get any better.
I mean, before Mad Max 2 and Mad Max and the chase scenes, I mean, that was historical.
Yeah, that guy, when he sigged on the French guy in the target, oh, my God, never seen anything like it. What a quirky character.
You know, I may watch them this weekend, especially if the Eagles' offense can't score more than 10 points.
All right, what are you setting? What did the Eagles score?
I think the Eagles win 24-17. I think the defense hangs in there, and I think the offense. I think Sirianni tells Kevin Patullo, run the freaking ball because we're undefeated when we run the ball more than we pass it.
It's going to be an interesting Monday show. Wait until you hear my question at 1:45 for Henry around all this. His question was great yesterday. Mine's right down Broadway. And several people, thanks, Bo, on the show today, Henry, thought that was a brilliant question. They wanted Inside Story to ask it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, it would have been. You can't ask it now. Can you imagine asking it before the game even?
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's too much. All right, here is Rochelle Bilal, the sheriff of the city of Philadelphia, in office. Even the Philadelphia Inquirer says shouldn't exist. Mark Fusetta puts up, and he's right, city controller says about her office. By 2023, the controller reported 185 firearms still unaccounted for, 76 service guns, 109 PFA surrendered weapons, reported to the police as missing and entered into national databases. But literally, I would dare say, looking at this list, there could be 1,000 weapons turned into the sheriff's office. They don't know where they are. And yet they scream about guns, gun violence. Go to the sheriff's office, Larry. Arrest this woman. Here's Rochelle Bilal getting revved up yesterday, though, with Larry Krasner talking about what she's going to do to ICE if they show up in Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. I'm Rochelle Bilal, the sheriff for the city and county of Philadelphia. And I say her name, Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. This should not have happened, but we're here today. Let know that law enforcement professionals, real ones, not the fake made-up ICE, probably Trump's new army to attack citizens of the United States. Did you hear what I said? No law enforcement professional wears a mask. None. None. Those that come into our communities wearing a mask to commit crime, thank God for our district attorney, Larry Krasner, who say he's going to lock them up. And I'm saying now, we are not going to whisk you away for them to hide your identity, because when you do it there, you're getting arrested there. No whisk away for them to hide you. None of that here.
Henry, a
None
little
of that
pause
here.
there. This is exactly the woman that you want to protect all these guns, drugs. And by the way, can somebody raise their hand and say, when's the next sheriff sale? Go ahead, Henry.
Law enforcement professionals do not shoot at moving vehicles. I'm not saying fleeing because she wasn't fleeing. She was getting out of the way. Law enforcement professionals do not stand in front of moving vehicles invoking an action that is illegal.
All right, Henry,
No.
let's just a little hold here. It seemed a small thing at the time since she's made national news. I'm proud of the fact I spent time on the show talking about when this moron and her moron sheriffs went to arrest a guy, vicious felon, who had violated parole and he had a plumbing business. Did they wait until he went inside? Did they wait till he was moving to the doors? No. They tried to arrest him, Sheriff, while he was behind the wheel of a car. He proceeded to bash into cars, escape, and murder, in my view, a pastor. The pastor is critically injured in Uber for extra income, and a woman whose whole life was devoted to nonprofits and helping people. She was killed by this guy. It was your people, you moron. A little bit more.
And so we stand here today with all those who stand against the made-up, fake, what you can call ICE, professional law enforcement. I don't call them none of that. I call them made-up, fake, wannabe law enforcement. Because what they do is against not only legal law, but the moral law. So I'm with the DA, and we will work with them. If any of them want to come in this city and commit a crime, you will not be able to hide. Nobody will wish you off. You don't want this smoke, because we will bring it to you. And the fake, whatever they call them, because I can't say the name, but the criminal in the White House would not be able to keep you from going to jail. Renee Good should be here today. And
Okay,
to her
we got
family,
the sense of it. I'd love to get your reaction once your blood calms down hearing this. Krasner and this. So are they trying to provoke Trump to come to Philadelphia? The mayor's got to be saying, these morons, right? Things going good. We'll get to that. But EJ Antoni is next. Big day. A lot of economic stuff. Will the Supreme Court say the president has power over tariffs? We'll get to EJ and your calls next on Talk Radio 1210.
Listen up, football fans. Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. PNC Supply. And app only.
Winter is here, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the next storm hits. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
All right, it is Dom time. I mean, after I've been through the ringer, Henry, with Larry Kudlow, who got kind of upset with me, what a pleasure it is to bring back a sane economist. E.J. Antonia is with us again. We thought today might be the tariff day, but there's a lot to talk about. E.J. is the acting director for the Thomas A. Rowe Institute for Economic Policy Studies, and he's also the Grover M. Herman Center for the Federal Budget, for both. We talk about that all. I'm not going to do the joke. They need a bigger Heritage Foundation. Let's go to EJ. Happy New Year, EJ. Thanks for joining us.
Dom, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You're probably wondering, what did I say wrong with Larry Kudlow? It's a long story. I could tell he was cranky the moment I went into it, and that was nuts.
Yeah, that was pretty much my reaction. What on earth happened?
Yeah, I can't imagine that happening with you in any circumstance in any way. So, EJ, yesterday when we asked Henry to get you on, we thought the Supreme Court might rule on the tariffs sooner rather than later. And the buzz is they will say the president has the power. You and I have talked tariffs several times, and I'm still where I was. And I think it's in sync with you. What do you think happens if they say, yeah, Trump does, which I think they will? What happens?
Well, Dom, right now what I'm actually leaning towards is I think they're going to try to split the baby. In other words, I think they're probably going to say the past use of IEEPA, this particular presidential authority to implement tariffs, is unconstitutional, but the tariffs are going to be allowed to stand. The president just won't be allowed to add to them. And that means you don't have to worry about the chaos of additional refunds. You don't have to worry about the chaos of what the president chooses to do next, et cetera. So that's the way I'm increasingly leaning towards how they're going to rule. All that being said, the other extremes that could happen is they say, you know what, the president does have this authority under IEEPA and he can continue doing it. Then I think that's exactly what the president's going to do. If they go the other direction and they say, no, this is unconstitutional, all of those tariffs are now invalidated and he can never do it again, then I think he's just going to flip to, Section 232, 201. There's a million different other avenues he has to, through executive authority, implement tariffs. They take longer, but I think the administration is just going to start going that route instead.
I'm hoping they don't. We've weathered the worst here, and I think you were on the camp that says in limited ways, leverage and all that. But again, long term, have they been a success in your view? What metric would you use to determine that?
Dom, it's a really great question. And I guess it depends on which reason for implementing the tariffs, on which of those reasons do you want to evaluate them. In terms of raising revenue, I mean, they've been astonishingly successful. They have raised revenue far more than I think even some folks in the admin were anticipating this year. So by that measure, okay, we can count them as a success. In terms of revitalizing the manufacturing industry, Manufacturing has been on the decline for quite a while, really since the spring of 2022. The employment in manufacturing peaked at the very beginning of 2023 and has been on a downward decline ever since. Both of those trends have really just continued. In other words, it hasn't gotten worse, but it hasn't gotten better either. The trend has just continued. So there really hasn't been any kind of impact there. So again, it just depends on which metric do you want to try to evaluate the tariffs, and I think it'll give you a different story depending on how you want to classify the tariff. In other words, by purpose.
In your view, and this is the Democrat talking point, which they'll use, and I'm not sure, maybe it depends. Have they increased inflation? Have they increased prices that are kicked back to the consumer?
No, they really haven't, Dom. In fact, if you look at the prices of things that are being imported, yes, those have gone up. That's true. But what else has gone up? Well, the price of everything. Prices everywhere have been going up, right? We're still dealing with an inflation problem. Don't get me wrong; it's nowhere near as bad as it was before. But prices are still going up. So then the question becomes, which are going up faster? The prices of things that we produce domestically, for example, or the prices of things produced abroad that are being imported and that are subject to the tariff. And it turns out that the things that are being imported are actually increasing in price less. And they should be increasing in price more. So that tells us that most of the tariffs, and there's some other evidence for this too, but that alone indicates that most of the tariffs, though not all, are being absorbed by the foreign exporter and by the middlemen who are actually bringing them into the country. And so this idea that the tariffs are just being completely passed on to the consumer, that's just not what the evidence indicates. Now, for certain things, some of the cost is getting passed on. For other things, more of the cost is getting passed on. And that's why the administration was rolling back tariffs on things like coffee and bananas, because there's no way we can produce that domestically, right? So it depends on the specific goods.
Talking to E.J. Antoni. Now, E.J., the thing that really, and I don't have enough day-to-day economic, that's why we go to you. You're the best of what will happen here. The president teasing out, and I like where he's going to drop this at Davos at the big, economic summit there with the guy who thinks we ought to be serfs and shouldn't own anything. This whole notion, though, of doing something about corporate America buying up single-family homes. In some cities, I believe it's 1 or 2 or 3%. In the Sun Belt, though, it's approaching 20 in a few cities I've looked at. What are your thoughts on that? Are they doing anything, or is it just capitalism?
Well, Dom, there's so much confusion around this topic. One of the points that, for example, people don't understand is there's a difference between a stock and a flow. A stock is something like wealth. A flow is something like your income. So you have income every single year, but you have a stock that's your net wealth, let's say. And so if we talk about housing, you can say, the total percentage of homes owned by institutional investors is only something like 1 or 2%. Really, it's not just homes. They're including all kinds of dwellings there, like apartments and whatnot. But if you're talking about what's the percentage of homes today that are being bought by institutional investors, now you're talking about a flow versus a stock. And people have been confusing the two of those. At one point under the Biden administration, 1 in every 5 homes that were being bought by institutional investors. So I understand that it's a relatively small part of the total in terms of the stock of housing. But if you're trying to buy a house, right, if you're in the market as a family, you're not looking at the stock of housing. You're looking at the flow of houses that are for sale right now.
Exactly.
That's what's of interest to you. And so that's where we have to look at this and say, okay, this was a big problem under the Biden administration, particularly because of how low interest rates are. And without getting too far into the weeds, as interest rates get lower, institutional investors have an increased advantage in terms of their financing capabilities over families when they're trying to get a residential mortgage. So that's why it was particularly bad under Biden, because the Fed was keeping rates near zero for so long. The problem is not as bad today, but it still exists. And so, look, Dom, a move like this, it's not that it's going to solve the home ownership affordability problem. It's not. It's not even going to address the biggest culprit, but it's not bad, right? It's a good start. It's a step in the right direction. I'm not going to ding the president for that.
But is it a capitalist move or a populist move? How would you characterize? I mean, what are the institutions doing wrong here in the sense in the system that we should push back on them? I'm in a complete agreement with the goal. And let's face it, I'm in agreement with Trump on this to try to get affordability in there in a political sense. I'm being challenged, though, by a lot of our listeners that are really smart, EJ, and are capitalists, and they're afraid of something we're doing here that's out of line.
So, Dom, here's the big problem at the end of the day, and I kind of teed this up earlier with mentioning the difference in financing. The problem is that we have so over-regulated housing, and I'm not just talking about the construction of housing, although that is over-regulated, but the financing of housing is so over-regulated. There is so much bureaucratic red tape that adds costs in terms of mortgages that it severely disadvantages you and me and the audience when we're trying to go get a loan. And so if you're an institutional investor, you have options, other financing options that are much more advantageous. So this is a government-created problem. And what Trump is doing, no, it does not address the root cause. This is a Band-Aid, let's be clear. It is not ultimately fixing the problem. It is a Band-Aid, but I think it's slightly better than the status quo.
Okay.
Ideally, we could blow up the whole regulatory apparatus around mortgages and make it cheaper for people to get mortgages. Unfortunately, right now, that's a pipe dream because it requires Congress, and there's no way the Democrats are going to budge on that.
I will plead emotional and my usual good common sense. Well, sometimes you get wound up here, EJ. When it comes to the vision of getting young people into that first home, I do get a little crazy that I'm going to move heaven and earth to do it. Maybe some principal or another along the way is going to get dinged, but I'm looking to get them into those homes. You keep on talking about, too, the big problem. Is it just the scarcity?
Well, scarcity is certainly an issue here. Look, we have, again, there's so much over-regulation when it comes to housing that has greatly diminished the supply of housing. Okay. So, yes, that's a big issue. And it's not just the federal level. State and local over-regulation, including some very ridiculous zoning practices, have made it particularly bad in certain areas of the country. Dom, where are the only places right now where rents are coming down and where the cost of a home are coming down? It's basically in red states like Texas and Florida. In fact, I just saw a really interesting stat the other day. In Austin, rents relative to incomes are actually approaching a record low right now because they have built so many housing units over the last 2 or 3 years that now this huge amount of supply has come online, and it's putting downward pressure on prices. But I think it's also worth recognizing that it's supply and demand. What's going on the demand side of the equation? Well, Biden let in millions upon millions of illegal aliens who are going to have to live somewhere. They have been taking up dwelling units that would have otherwise gone to Americans. And that's why, again, in particular, red states that have been more active and more helpful in deporting illegals are seeing a reduction in demand, which is helping put further downward pressure on prices. But if you talk about a city like Philly that has zero cooperation with ICE, there's no help on that front.
That is a big, big issue. EJ, what are you up to imminently now? What are you working on, and where do we find you?
Oh, goodness. So best place to find me is going to be on X. The handle there is @RealEJAntoni. Obviously, we're continuing to monitor the whole situation around housing and also looking at what's going to happen with this tariff case because the implications there. The president has a lot of other options, and in the long run won't make too much of a difference, but in the short run could have big impacts on both bond markets and equity markets. So keeping a very close eye on that and keeping our ears to the ground on what our sources at the Supreme Court are saying.
Absolutely. EJ, thank you. Thanks so much. Have a nice weekend.
You too, Dom. Thanks for having me.
All right, Henry, he's the guy. I mean, he's just straightforward, bang, in layman's terms, putting it out there. So he kind of made our case. You and I are locked in this, Henry, despite the Roberts of Ben Salem and the others. Oh, you and Scott, you guys are not capitalists on this. Is there a way to thread the needle here and do something? And I like where he's doing it, which is saying to those fat cats there in Davos, No, we're not going to be serfs.
Yeah.
That's what I think it's about.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Yeah, it's a start. All right, we'll see if there's stuff in the small print they'll be digging out on us. You guys, turn in your conservative card. Come on now. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Hey, a few nuggets if you missed it from my opener today. One, did you notice the Minneapolis Teachers Union egging on? Now they say you can stay out of school. You can learn remotely until February 12th, just in time for Valentine's Day. Now, maybe they want some high school students to show up at their rallies and protest. Maybe they're just lazy and they want to go to those. God knows what. I'd love to see the remote learning that's going on in Minnesota with this new dictum that's down. And Jenkintown. I've been on this Jenkintown story for a while. All the police commissioner did there was update to his force. Hey, guys and women, here's how we deal with ICE. And it was a reasonable policy. Oh, no, couldn't have that. The activists came out of the woodwork, and now Jenkintown is the center of the action. Big rally on Saturday night there, in which they're saying that Ms. Good was a poet, a partner, a mom, and murdered, or is it killed, whichever one they said, in the street. He wasn't killed in the street, guys. All right? 855-839-1210. We'll take a lot on law enforcement, National Honor Law Enforcement Day. Those calls are coming up on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, it's Dom Giordano. Recently, I had a chance to chat with some Navy veterans at a watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. Here's my conversation with Commander Aaron Walsh.
Why did you get into the military? Why serve?
So I'm actually 5th generation military. I'm the 1st generation not to go to the academy, but I am a first female to commission. This is something that I've always wanted. I sought the camaraderie I lacked after doing a bunch of sports growing up, and I really wanted that back in my life again. The Navy has been that exact support network that I needed, and I have absolutely loved it, and I love giving back to Canada Affairs.
You have the military background, but why would someone maybe be intrigued by the Navy?
I think there's definitely a sense of patriotism. I think there's a calling to do more and do better for the community and for the country as a whole. And I think it's everybody just wanting to make the world better for them.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ziprecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Dom Giordano with you. Let's go to Brian in Fairmount. Really, the best sound of the week is that Rochelle Bilal. You're going to see the smoke coming your way. Let's go to Brian. Hey, Brian, your reaction to the sheriff.
Dom, I just Googled Ben Franklin's quote. Let me just read it. Better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. You know, when I heard that sheriff speaking and representing Philadelphians and cannot even speak clearly and extemporaneously the way she was doing, to me, it's just embarrassing. And I was listening to Will Cow on Sirius, and he said, no wonder Philadelphia is an S-hole. And as a lifelong Philadelphian, I want my representatives to be able to pronunciate and be able to get through one sentence, one English sentence correctly. And it's just so embarrassing that, you know, that this is our officials who represent us. It's really bad.
It is. And when you look at the track record, as I tried to talk about, and Mark, if you said it, lost guns. And then we hear about abuse. No sheriff sales. What's the first word in sheriff sales? Sheriff. I mean, it's, and this is an organization with a lot of people, Brian. She makes a lot of money. Even the Inquirer and I agree. They don't think this should be there. And yet, because of the way Philadelphia is, it continues.
It's really disheartening with the, you know, to get so outraged over something that didn't even happen in Philly. And with, I think on day one, January 1st, there were 2-3 murders, and we don't hear it. Where's the outrage for the real problems in the city? It's just, it's upside downville here.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks very much. Yeah, absolutely. It's an embarrassment, a big embarrassment. But she was the leader of, shall we say, the anti-police union when she was in the Black Officers Union, something like that, when she was an alleged cop. Now, in this unit, she just carries on the same things, but it's racial politics. And in Philadelphia, it continues. And when you see it out there, it's trending on Twitter. You know, all the actions in Minnesota and everything else, and Krasner also spoke. I don't think Trump is going to take the bait and send people here because of this. But ICE is here. We've had the Philadelphia on. I think Dawn had the Philadelphia guy. I had him on once. Philadelphia ICE. They do a good job in this area. And really, the masking thing, we're still going to go through that. Wannabe. You just hear just the attacks on ICE and the media jumping right into the ring with them. They just have in their head, we're not going to let you deport people. If you're here illegally, you're safe, and that's it. And in places like Jenkintown, Habertown, the suburbs have gone this way. They think they're insulated from this, and they don't think the laws of the United States apply to them. And how about the National Catholic Reporter newspapers going after J.D. Vance as a Catholic? The Pope hasn't spoken on this yet, but he's another fraud. He has spoken on the whole thing, and you know where his sentiments are. And I would say the hierarchy of the Catholic Church, they're pro-illegal immigration. That's what it comes down to, and for all the obvious reasons. Let's go to, all right, let's see. Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Happy New Year, Dom.
Happy New Year.
You guys disgust me. Move on.
You know, Because of this show, I said Happy New Year by my count to 11 people today already, and I'm gonna
Did they look
up
at you
it.
crazy?
I'm trying for 50 a day, Joe, and not every one of them has thought how pleasant that is. What a gentleman.
Henry, let me speak to Henry for a moment.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Henry, you remember when you approached us at Phoenixville and we were all welcoming each other and we welcomed you?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I feel obligated.
Oh, boy.
There are worse greetings these days than Happy New Year.
Yeah, agreed.
Boy, what was the greeting? Was it Merry Christmas? What was it?
Well, most of us knew Henry, but there was one or two who didn't.
Okay.
And, guys, this is Henry. This is Henry, man.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah.
And they were enamored with that. But, there's nothing wrong with a good, and you have to do it the right way. You got to do it with kind eyes and authentically. So,
exactly. Not like a Dallas Cowboy.
You guys are in the playoffs, man. Why you got to talk about the Cowboys, Tom?
By the way, Joe, how do you see this Sunday's game as a Cowboys fan?
If you're going to win this game, and I told Newman Price this morning, if you're going to win this game, you better score all your points in the first two quarters, pal.
Why's that? The wind, the cold, what?
Because of all the comebacks in the second half, i.e. the Cowboys, 21.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, Shanahan's goal is, you can see it, and he's a really smart guy. Hang around. If you can just hang around, anything happens. He knows he doesn't have the superior team. If you hang around, though, something good can happen.
He doesn't have a superior defense. You guys have the defense. The defense wins this time of year. You guys have the defense to do that. It just has to come to the game this weekend. Dom, before I get into my side answer, if you give me a little bit more time, your guest made a point that just totally awakened me about Ronald Reagan and what he was told. You can't break up the Soviet Union. Yes. And it's what I've told my children over the years. There's going to be a bunch of people who are going to tell you what you cannot do based on what they cannot do, what their shortcomings are. Do not listen to them. And the media is made up of a ton of those people these days.
It is, and you're right. And you know what? It's not just anti-Trump, Joe. It's exactly what you said. I want people around me that are going to tell me what I can do, or maybe I can't do all of this, but I can do it in this way. And he's also right. When Reagan fired the air traffic controllers, Trump would have done it, but not too many other presidents. Reagan, definitely, you knew what he was going to do.
Yeah, and even if it's a good friend that dares you, that, I don't know if you could do this, but I dare you to give it a try, that's the people you got to keep in your camp.
Well, if your sons keep that in mind, they're going to make it, because even if there's a failure, they'll bounce back. It's a big thinking thing. That's exactly the mentality.
And I always try to tell them, those people, if you let them get to you, they're better than you where they don't deserve to be better than you. So, brush them aside and do what you know you're capable of doing. So my side answer is, and it is a Christmas movie. I don't care what anybody says because it's on every year at Christmas. And every year as an empath, this guy dodges bullets and he runs over glass. And every Christmas, my feet hurt me watching this movie, and it's John McClane in our Christmas movie.
Absolutely, I'm gonna for the mob put it into the Christmas movie, even though it's not. I could play the.
It's at a Christmas party.
That's true.
Nakatomi Plaza
does have some of the roots. That's not my question for Henry, though. He knows what it is. He's prepared. He's got charts in there in this, and it was the buzz inside story today. Off the air. I knew they couldn't ask it on air, though. Ask that question. What'll happen if? Alan in Hamilton. Alan, Happy New Year. We haven't spoken. What's yours today?
Happy New Year, first of all. My contribution today is McGruff the Crime Dog. Take a bite out of crime.
All right. Thank you, Al. That's outside the box. All right. Coming up, I played you Rochelle Bilal. Now, the sheriff over in Henry, how's that going, getting Sheriff Seisler on?
Oh, we're working on it.
You think so?
Well, I said I'm working on it.
They haven't rejected it, right?
I haven't gotten an answer.
Oh, okay.
I said I'm working on it.
All right, good. Well, look, it will be very reasonable I'll ask him what he's going to do with the sheriff's department, but we'll play you what he said, kind of only an hour or so, I think, after what happened in Minnesota. Not as bad as Sheriff Rochelle Bilal, who, even for Philadelphia, people around the country going, oh, my God, look at Philadelphia again. You know, we might ask that someday. Who is it you wouldn't want people around the country to see and go, oh, man, the hoagie mouth types, yeah.
Mayor of Mayfair.
The mayor, yeah, and they think that's Philadelphia. Also, Josh Shapiro announces yesterday, and oh, man, the world says he's going to kill Stacey Garrity. We'll see about that. I'll tell you what Garrity's got to do. I think it's doable, but he's got $30 million. The media just lets him do whatever he wants. We'll talk about it. 855-839-1210.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Harvest your financial freedom in 2026 with a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union. Earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with no withdrawal penalties, giving you flexible access to your funds. Explore other savings options, such as our competitive share and IRA certificate accounts, to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up, so we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group, nationally recognized, neighborhood trusted.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Clouds will be on the increase through the afternoon ahead of the next storm system. There'll be a chance for a few showers late in the day. It'll be mild with a high 58. For tonight, some shower chances early, otherwise mostly cloudy, low 44. And for Saturday, clouds continue with periods of rain through the day with a high 48.
New Acura, new savings. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading to save on your next Acura today. Take advantage of low finance rates, customer loyalty offers, and more. Explore inventory online at piazzaacura.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. You know, I just see the gist of some sound we play in the beginning, and I know, hey, I want to play it. Henry's got to cut this and put it together and go through the agony twice of this. This is a white woman at a vigil of sorts for Renee Good in Minnesota, and she lives nearby where they're doing this during the day, I think it was, and she talks to this woman who seems to think this is rational, that as a white woman, she doesn't know if she should be there and be crying because that smacks of privilege. Here she's there to be supportive of this woman, and it is a tragedy, who was killed in this manner. This is the brainwashing of a lot of these women. What is going on in their heads? Put that in that context and listen to this.
So, I mean, I'm just walking around kind of just dazed because I was like, I don't know if it's the right thing to do. It feels kind of wrong being here in some way. I don't know why.
Why do you think, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, like, where that stems from. Like, I mean, part of it is being, like, a white woman that I'm privileged and I have a lot of privilege. So I feel like white tears are not always something that's helpful or necessary when black and brown people have been experiencing this for a long time. This isn't new for them, and so I don't know if that makes any sense in that way.
How did you decide that you should be here, or are you still figuring that out?
Well, I work like 2 miles from here, so driving by, just I don't, it was like I'm here. I'm 2 miles. I can stop.
All right. Again, she, is honoring or aiding the memory of this woman. And yet, well, this is privilege. Should I be here crying? This is part of the mentality. And here's what J.D. Vance said about it that got the Catholic Reporter. This is 17, Henry. Here is Vance yesterday when addressing the media, acting as kind of the press person, about the brainwashing part of this. Why would a woman, these two women who are married with 3 kids, why would they think they're going to put themselves in the middle of this day after day? I don't mean legal observers and just filming from a distance. I mean trying to play chicken with ICE, block stuff, intrude in stuff, and think that this behavior couldn't end badly. Here's Vance.
There's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life.
All right, they went after Vance on that, too. How dare he talk about this officer that was involved, too, and anything related to him. Of course, the British newspapers seem to be leading, have found his name, have him out there, the whole family history, etc. It's going to be interesting to see how it cuts that he was involved in another incident where he got 20 stitches in his arm because he was dragged versus what he did here. Let's go to Joe in South Philly, and Vance making the broader point about the brainwashing. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Dom. Well, first, I want to wish you and your family a happy New Year. Many others to follow. There's no statute of limitations when you can say that. I mean, I don't know who makes these rules up.
Well, Dan used to take the heat in that chair. Henry's the one taking the heat. Larry David, really, Henry was willing to say, all right already. Now it's become a thing. Soon, Leslie will call in and say aloha and Happy New Year in the middle of July.
Yeah. I heard you mention on more than one occasion, who are these women who show up at these situations like in Minneapolis?
Right.
Let's start to look about this. They tend to be Caucasian, middle-aged, on the left, some education, but they have been told by feminists, you're a victim. You're an oppressed person. By misogynists like Trump and J.D. Vance. I mean, that poor lady, if she had been compliant, she'd be alive today. She'd be alive.
Yeah, or If the police had been compliant with what their mission is, they don't have to like ICE. All they have to do is keep civil order. They never would have allowed her to be there to block them.
That's correct. And I'll tell you something, Don. 99.99% of police officers, if you're compliant, show a little bit of respect, they let you go.
Mm-hmm.
Get that tail light fixed. Be careful. They let you go. It's these people that are belligerent, they're disrespectful. Now, these officers are trying to keep order in an increasingly disorderly society. It's a thankless job, Dom.
Yeah, I was thinking that,
job.
Joe. I know they paid him $50,000 bonus up front. When Fred Herron was on yesterday and talked about being spat upon, I really have a thing about that. You could maybe shoot at me. And the spitting part, Joe, I don't know about you. There's something about it that just sets me off.
You can't tolerate that.
No,
right.
no,
It's,
not even a little bit. No, I can't.
It's dehumanizing. It's dehumanizing.
It is. That's what it is. And, Joe, who's your side today?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I don't know if you remember this man. He was the chief of police in Charleston, South Carolina. His name was Reuben Greenberg, who happened to be a black Jew. He cleaned up that department. He cleaned up the crime problem in Charleston, but he was vilified by the left because he's black and he's Jewish, and he shouldn't be for law and order. Vilified.
Thank you, Joe, very much. Well, David in Lexington, I bet. I don't quite remember that name. All I remember is, remember I told you, stay out of North Charlie. How do you know we're in North Charlie here? We thought we were at one point when we were walking around.
No, I didn't realize it's a completely different, city almost.
Yeah, I would tell you that one, what's the name of the street? There's a street that has more clubs and bars on it than, for about 6 blocks, than any place in Philadelphia. And what you see on both sides of the street are all the bridesmaids. For some reason, they're all, I don't know, the wedding's over, they're all walking around, they're in the wedding gowns and all. It is the capital of weddings.
Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the capital of weddings.
Yeah, I was just there for a wedding the other month.
Oh, that's right. You were.
Yeah.
So did you see a lot of that?
Of what, bar hopping and everything?
Oh, well, I meant the brides and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But, Henry, they couldn't rent a vehicle. Oh, we got 5 weddings in town. So I'm thinking, I'm in a one-horse town here. We have 5 weddings just outside this door over here on a weekend.
Seriously.
Come on.
Yeah, 5 weddings downstairs at the Fittler Club.
Yeah, that's right. It is a good town, though. It is. Yeah, I liked it a lot. Yeah. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up, Henry gave me your question yesterday, Henry, was what will we see another
will we see another ending
to
a show? Yeah.
Yeah, and I said probably not. I was kind of in agreement where you're going. I got a question, very contemporary, very apropos. It's been tested by people even on Inside Story for Henry, and we'll see where he goes. He might you may have to tag in there, Sean. He's going to need a break after this one. All right. That and your calls at 855-839-1210. And I'll play you. I didn't get to it yet. I'll play you the sheriff of Nottingham out there, or Buckingham, in Bucks County, Sheriff Seisler, what he said about what he saw during this situation in Minnesota. That's on Talk Radio 1210. Let me first tell you, though, if you're ready to make this the year that you truly feel better, is that the case? Okay, just start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years, using high-quality, research-backed ingredients your body can trust. Right now, Rescue is celebrating you with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40, New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotics for better digestion, or Oracine for more consistent, all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered to mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off. Just go to res-q.com or call an res-q.com consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483 online, res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40. Now's the time to take a smart step. toward feeling your best with 40% off on any 4 bottles of premium rescue supplements at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40. Do that at checkout. Don't wait. Make this the year you prioritize your wellness with Rescue.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time. Yeah. It's too long of a vacation. Like
never too long.
7 days is too
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you want to make a smart investment in your home, get to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive showroom is packed with high-quality, hand-selected furniture, art, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces you won't find at the big box stores. If you need help, their designers can guide you. Prefer to browse alone? Every piece has a QR code with photos, details, and pricing. Right now, during their New Year New Home Sale, save 20 to 50% on select pieces. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. Sale ends January 9th. Some exclusions apply. Tell them Nick Kale sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
It's a mild Friday, but AccuWeather's tracking late day showers, then chilly rain for your Saturday. The Eagle season is on the line at the link this Sunday as the Birds take on the 49ers in the wildcard matchup. Phillies gearing up for MLK weekend with activities for everyone.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You want to show you there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, it is Dom time. Here is the new Sheriff Seisler. This is cut 7. Here's what he said, and this really, come on now. Sheriff, you should have taken a little time to think about this and what you were seeing play out. This was pretty much within hours after what we saw play out this week in Minnesota. Here's the new Bucks County Sheriff.
Sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, cut 7 here. Okay. 855-839-1210. You get on board. And again, we've invited the sheriff on. Here's what he said.
Tear gas deployed into the crowd. ICE operations loomed large in the race for Bucks County Sheriff last year. Newly elected Sheriff Danny Seisler, a Democrat, reacted to news of the shooting that took place just hours before he was sworn in Wednesday night, saying he's not surprised.
When you have absolutely overzealous law enforcement who are clearly not well trained on the rules of engagement, which I saw the video, that certainly appears to be the case in Minneapolis, you're going to have incidents like this.
Ousted Republican Sheriff Fred Herron opted in to participate in ICE's 287G program. It allows local law enforcement to carry out certain federal immigration duties in the community, which is widely believed to have cost him re-election. Seisler says he will end Bucks County's participation in the program prudently and responsibly.
We're going to make sure that we are still able to deport violent criminals who have received due process, but we're not going to go rounding up cooks and gardeners and laborers and people who are here just because they want the same quality of life that we.
Okay, now. Okay. So, yeah, admittedly, that's not his job as sheriff out there. But, I think people on the left, like Sheriff Seisler and others, they think America is now saying, well, you've picked up all the criminals here, people that are here illegally, cooks and gardeners and all that, they get a pass. I don't think America's saying that at all. Not even a little bit. It's closer. The numbers are higher on deporting people that have criminal history. But on the broad thing of deportation, Trump was clear about that. He ran on it. The guy who looks the best in all this, Tom Homan. Because Tom Homan was on with the CBS guy or being interviewed when all this started to play out. And he said, we're going to have to see full investigation on this. And then I'll give you a better judgment, even though he was supportive. He didn't go wild. He didn't say anything. He said exactly the right thing. So we do hope the sheriff comes on. I want to hear what was overzealous here. Is that your first reaction, Sheriff, to talk about overzealous law enforcement? Or isn't your first reaction that the cops could have prevented this? I'm not criticizing the average cop. I'm talking about Chief O'Hara, the mayor, the governor, ordering the police to let chaos happen, and that ICE just has to, it's another hurdle for ICE to have to deal with. And it's pretty simple for me to maintain. If they had cops there to keep order, what would have happened? She wouldn't have been able to block traffic. She'd be alive. It's a pretty simple thing if you really want to have order. Just preserve order. But of course, this is the place where they allowed the Black Lives Matter riots to go crazy. And the governor's wife wanted to smell those tires burning. She kept the windows open. That's her history. Let's see what the sheriff does. Henry's on the job. We'll continue to invite. If there's a stipulation, Henry, that's reasonable, like I want to talk about this, this, and this too, absolutely, we'll do it. I just want to know, overzealous, is that the key word? What's overzealous? He seems to be saying it's overzealous to not to deport people that are here illegally unless we know due process, he claims, they have a long criminal history. That's what I take away from that. I don't think the election was about that. People wanted the border closed. They want the 20 million or so here, starting with Joe Biden and how many million people he let into the country illegally. They want self-deportation. They want it to stop. And I still think they do. Although it's not 75, this isn't an 80-20 issue. All right, Lance in South Philly. Lance is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance, afternoon.
Afternoon, Dom. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
To all. and I think we could shoot a movie out the sheriff's office. It could be called The Incredible Shrinking Woman.
Oh, God. When the nation said she's on Twitter, she's hidden most of the time, Lance. But the damage of this, we're talking hundreds of illegal guns she just allows to go lost.
Yeah. It's the sheriff's office. No one's watching.
Yep.
Don't ask, don't tell. Kick the can down the road.
Who's your side today, Lance?
Okay. My side is the original OG lawman. He's the original Rizzo, the original Trump, the original Dirty Harry. It's the one-eyed U.S. Marshal Rooster Cogburn. Shoot first, shoot some more, and then shoot some more, and then I might ask you a question.
All right, thank you, Lance. Lance has had a big week here on the side question. He's been in the running several days, I think. Let's see. Let's go to, I see another Lance. Another Lance here. He's got a good one, too, because I know this guy. Let's go to Lance in Springfield Township. Lance, who's yours?
Hey, Dom, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I first want to point out or add something to your housing situation as far as corporations.
Yes.
And what I just wanted to say about that is I don't think that you have to do anything draconian. I think basically all you do is tweak a few tax laws and make it not as profitable, and the corporations will find some other place to put money. So I think it's an easy way to still be very capitalistic because tax laws are changed all the time without really, hurting the ability to invest, but also getting the desired results that you want. But
Lance, I pray that you're right, and I think that's the advice Bessent will give Trump. So it will be interesting to see. I'm thrilled he's doing it in Davos, though, with the guy who said we're all going to be just renters and all. That's going to be high drama.
Absolutely. I think that's great. But my guy is somebody, like you said, famous for making his inmates wear pink underwear because they stole all the guards' white underwear out of the laundry, and that's Joe Arpaio, Sheriff, Maricopa County, Arizona.
Thank you very much. And Henry, we went on a trip there with Joey Vento, and the sheriff was our guest. It was nuts. The New York Times was there. They were filming a documentary, and him and Vento in one studio, and me with the media of the world. It felt you had to wear pink underwear, and you were housed outside in Arizona.
Oh, that's fun.
And the one producer, Rob Razai, who went into sales later, he was on the trip with us. They were blowing kisses at him, the prisoners. It was nuts. It was,
oh, man.
Oh, yes.
And the pink underwear, too.
In the pink underwear. Oh, my God. The sheriff took us through the prison. Oh, my goodness. And Sheriff Joe Arpaio was way ahead of, oh, my God. Trump would have loved this guy. Yeah, that's a very good one. I think he did not pass. It's got to be 90 now, Arpaio, at this point. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with the newly minted head of the GOP in New Jersey. What happened in the last election? What's her plan to do something different or to change it or to execute it better? Because, Jersey looked relatively doable with President Trump. What can be done there? Also, we're going to talk, and Henry got Mark Ross on before, way back when, out of nowhere, head of the St. Paul, Minnesota police. How do the police feel when they can't enforce the law? And Money Melody and the winner of the week. Big 2 o'clock hour, Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We do the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Joining us this morning, Army veteran and TMF veteran mentor, Steve Mappett. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, my pleasure, Nick. My dad was enlisted in the Navy, so he talked a lot about service, military. I get seasick, so the Navy was out. Don't have great eyes, so the Air Force was not a great option either.
Process of elimination, right?
Process of elimination, I was an Army guy.
Steve Mappett.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV Super Pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in 855-839-1210. You get on board. We have a new GOP head in Jersey, Christine Hanlon, New Jersey GOP chair. And I believe from Monmouth County, you know, I'm sitting in the same chair looking across at Henry, who was there, and I keep on going through this. It was 8:43, maybe 42 on election night. News Nation. I start discrediting him immediately, and I'm on there. I got to watch it. Saying, who are they to say Mikey Sherrill is the new governor of New Jersey? That's preposterous. We thought it would be close. Matt Rooney and I talking the next day it might go into. We go back to Matt, suddenly at the headquarters, nobody there.
Yeah, everyone packed up.
Everybody packed up by that point. So what happened, and what should the GOP do in the future? Because it's obvious that there were big inroads made there. At least I believe so. Let's go to the new GOP chair, Christine Hanlon, here on Talk Radio 1210. Christine, congratulations. Happy New Year, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Glad to be with you, and Happy New Year to you, too.
Well, onward and upward. Christine, on election night, were you in the camp where I'm sitting here and hearing them saying, it's preposterous. I think Jack can lose, but he's going to lose by 1.5 points, a point, 2 points, something like that. Where were you, and what were you thinking when this was happening?
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking the same thing. Interestingly, I was on the ballot as well. So,
okay.
We were all biting our fingernails, waiting for the results. But I think we were all pretty shocked about the numbers and how the election turned out.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we were in for a long night. I was calling my wife saying I'm going to be here till 2 a.m. And deep down I thought, man, this has been a heck of a campaign. I spoke at several events. Rich Zioli and Matt Rooney were with us there too. And those guys know Jersey as you do. And they were all saying the same thing. He might lose, but she's a pretty tepid candidate. He could pull it off. So, Christine, what's the metric we should look at for what is pretty bad loss here as far as the numbers? What happened? Do we know?
Well, right now we're looking at doing a full analysis, and those things are taking place.
Mm-hmm.
But, in many ways, I just want to say, Jack was an amazing candidate. He worked so hard, and there was so much energy everywhere he went. But, we really have to look back. Numbers are numbers, and New Jersey has 800,000 more registered Democrats. We can't ignore the number. And we also have a situation where the Democrats have gotten very good at getting their lower propensity voters out through the vote by mail process. We go into Election Day as Republicans pretty far behind because of the vote by mail situation.
But let me interject, though. We're doing better with vote by mail, which I'm a big fan of, or necessary. You can't win without it. Didn't we do better this time?
We did better at the return rate, and we did, we are getting our people to go out and vote early in person,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a major structural deficit that we need to continue to work on there.
Right.
It is a daunting number, and there have been investments made on the other side of the aisle for years and years to try and get Democrats on the vote by mail list.
Let me
So
go.
even though Republicans, sorry.
I'm sorry,
Go
Christine.
ahead.
Let me go back to low propensity voting. I saw some of those towns. I taught in Camden, so I know Camden a little bit, where she was in the 90s plus. And again, she was, Matt Rooney and Rich got the juices rolling with her. I oppose her ideology. I oppose some things, the constant helicopter stuff. But I couldn't get crazed over this. So I don't think they were inspired by her. You said they're low propensity voters turned out. It wasn't her, then, I guess you're saying. It was their machine.
Well, I think there's a combination of things.
Okay.
But when you have like a vote by mail situation and you have people used to turning their ballots in and the machine, getting those ballots in,
right?
They're just a lot better at it than we are. And I think that you had the shutdown as a major motivator. And that really came into play as well.
Yeah, Harry Hurley, who you may know at the Jersey Shore, mentioned that. I'm thinking Jersey and the shutdown, how would that have a significant impact? But I think you're right, it did. So you're saying maybe government workers of one sort or another, or families, friends, and others, maybe that compelled them to vote a little bit more.
I don't have the data right now to say that. I just,
right.
Overall, if you look at the situation, the Democrats in Washington very quickly ended the shutdown after Election Day.
Right.
So we know that there was some motivation there to keep the government closed for an impact on the election. It was, generally speaking, people looking at dysfunction, I guess you would say, in Washington because they were shut down, and people don't know who to blame. But the Democrats in New Jersey did a good job, in my opinion, of blaming the Republicans. So I think that, the Republicans controlled things, and, it had to come into play.
Christine Hanlon with us, the new GOP chair in New Jersey. Affordability. People, I don't agree with this, that was the thing that was talked about every second of the campaign or anything else. But I do think she had the resources relatively in the beginning with that touting on day one, here's what I'm going to do, to kind of blunt the issue, and the media let her do that. She ran enough ads making people, she wasn't part of the affordability problem when she is. Was affordability the issue here?
I think it was a big issue, and I think that, the governor-elect was out in front early, very early, with a lot of money, being able to give that message. And it was early in the campaign cycle, and it was everywhere. And there were millions of dollars coming in from outside of New Jersey that helped to push that message.
So, Christine, you have identified better operation, encouraging people mail-in ballot. You had the easier thing in Jersey, too, early voting. All right, conspiracy, you don't like mail-in voting. The early voting, you can do that. That's a simple way to do it. What else are you thinking about? Of course, raising more money, that's always a good thing. You can never go wrong with that. But what else have you, you were elected, you told the board, what else did you tell them you would do?
Well, one of the things I really like to look at, fundraising aside, obviously we have to raise money, but that will be very tough, what's going on right now. But, we have to all work on that together. I'm a big structural person, organizational person, and messaging person. And I come to the position looking to create a very good structure with a focus on building the party, improving our voter registration, working on the get out the vote efforts, and kind of creating this, strong operation from year to year, as well as trying to really coordinate and amplify our messaging. In the past, I feel like everybody's doing their messaging, and we need to bring it together to really hone in the messaging that will draw people to our positive message about being a Republican and what we stand for.
Is there a critical part of that that's the face of it? But what is it that I know you're in it now and all that, and that's true, the messaging. But what is the prime thing when you pitch them? Here's why you should be a Republican.
I think the biggest message is the affordability message.
Okay.
We are really struggling. You talk to anybody, no matter who you talk to, no matter where you are, people talk about how expensive it is to live in New Jersey. Whether you're a senior, whether you're a veteran, whether you're a young person trying to start out and buy a house here or start a family here, it is so much more expensive in New Jersey than so many other places. And that really is the key, because this is where we fall short in New Jersey. And it's just getting worse.
Without a doubt. Now, Christine, go ahead.
Really sorry, go ahead.
The thing that I've identified just sitting here, and I've actually stood on my chair and looked out toward Medford the whole bit. Medford had this ferocious meeting when it dawned on people there because of court decisions and because she's part of the camp that likes this. Jack Ciattarelli would have fought it tooth and nail. The development factor, in other words, quote, affordable housing, 171 in Medford. They have to build 800 to cover that. And people are thinking, my God, we moved to Medford so that we have space that's going to overwhelm the schools and everything else. And in starting to see this at the end of the year, it dawned on these people finally that voted for Mikey Sherrill. Well, who's going to fight for us in this? She's on board with that stuff.
100%. The overdevelopment and these are a very, very big issue as well. No matter what area you're in, you have to have smart growth. But we also have to keep New Jersey the Garden State, and I don't see people on the other side of the aisle looking at that right now. And that's actually really, really important to me. And, Monmouth County, we're dealing with the same things here in Monmouth County. I've lived in Monmouth for so many years and been an elected official here. With these mandates, it is so hard to maintain the open space and quality of life. And it's very expensive to purchase these properties if you want to keep them as open space. So this is a very, very big issue, but I don't think people understand why it's happening and who is responsible for that. So there needs to be like a major education process going on there. But, we have court decisions that are part of the problem there as well. You have case law that we're up against also in that regard. But also one of the things that is something that bothers me, and it kind of goes to keeping the Garden State. New Jersey has gotten really dirty in the sense of, litter, and you drive down the roads, the state roads, it's not pleasant. And we need to be focusing on making New Jersey, still be the Garden State and a nice place to live, to raise your families. So I think overall, we're going to be looking at all these things and working it into, how we talk to people and, try to have people appeal to our party.
Christine, for what it's worth, where I sit, the last thing you said, that is the secret weapon. In Philadelphia, the mayor, Sherelle Parker, we have now picking up trash 2 times a week, clean and green, and she's a real advocate of that, and it works. And what you just said, that's one of the fundamental things. Somehow or another, the other party seems to have something, I don't know why, but zoning in on cleanliness and littering and things of that nature. I don't know any human that doesn't get moved by that. So that's a good insight, secret weapon here.
Yes, that's something that has been really bothering me for a long time, and nobody talks about it. And, I'm driving down the roads and I'm like calling whoever I could call. I'm like, this is filthy. And it's just like, it's like the small things that sometimes people don't pay attention to, but clean and green is really, really important to me. And I'm so glad you agree with me.
Oh, big time. I'm jumping out of my chair thinking about it. And on that overdevelopment with Medford, though, I can't tell you the response of our listeners. It really, really has them. We went through city by city and said, with Medford Lakes, well, you voted for Mikey Sherrill, not in huge numbers. And Jack Cettarelli would have done everything he could to mitigate this. It's astounding. But, I think the cleanliness thing is like this fresh insight of something obvious that's been allowed to. Who could oppose you on that? But I think you will. Well, it costs too much, something. Stick on that. I love that idea.
Well, one of the things that I believe is an issue there is it goes to following the laws.
Right.
So to me, it's like an enforcement issue that I feel like we've gotten very much away from, where, illegal dumping and, this is where everything comes from, coming out of the backs of trucks when you're on the road. And that's like an enforcement issue to me.
Absolutely.
And I feel like because some people think it's like no big deal, they're not going to enforce it, but it really affects your quality of life.
It does. Christine, where do we go for all things New Jersey GOP?
Well, you can go to NJGOP.org and find out all of our information on our website. Follow us on socials, NJGOP. So we look forward to hearing from people and getting people involved.
Well, we do. And any events, let us know. We'll promote it. Maybe show up. Christine, thank you. Thanks for coming on.
Awesome.
Thank you, Christine.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, Christine Hanlon. Yeah, right at the end. I love what she said. Those two issues, the overdevelopment, but the cleanliness. Well, people don't know any better, the littering and all. In Sherrill Park, I don't know about cracking down on the littering, but the picking up trash twice a week and all, she has followed through on that. And when she was campaigning and would come on, she is on that. Now, I've done it over the years. You go to an event, several have been held in downtown Philadelphia. You see the litter left behind. Not to say Republicans don't leave some litter, but it's overwhelming. And the idea is, well, that's a job of people to clean this up. That's a good issue in Jersey. Not the sole issue, but it's something to hang your hat on. All right, though, right now it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That's right, and today we're playing for a pair of movie passes to see Sheepdog, the movie, at AMC, Neshaminy 24 Theaters in Ben Salem, Pennsylvania. Sheepdog is a must-see, one of the best films of the year. A U.S. Army veteran confronts his past and finds strength through faith, family, and community. See Sheepdog in theaters January 16th, rated R. Henry?
Yeah, Dom. So on the side, we are asking for that all-time law enforcement official, real or fictional. So I'm going to give you a real one here. So this musical artist actually started out as an NYPD trainee. He followed in the footsteps of both his father and his brother. He worked as a police administrative assistant and a typist for 2 years, but left the force in the late 60s because he was like, you know what, this isn't for me. I like music. Plus, you guys aren't letting me grow my hair out. I gotta grow my hair out. So those two factors coupled into his decision to leave and go make music. His dad was so upset with him that he tore the Jimi Hendrix posters right off his wall. How could my son do this? We're a police family. You can't go and make music. Well, I think the son had the last laugh as he sold, let's see, how many? Over 28 million records over the course of his career. Right. So I'm going to play you this former police officer covering The Doors' Roadhouse Blues here. I want to know the name of this cover artist. Long-haired former police administrative assistant.
See, I thought you were going to go with Shaq. We didn't include him in today as a law enforcement.
Oh, man.
person.
Yeah, there's still
Sheriff.
time.
Sheriff
One of the callers
Shaq.
mentioned him.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Hit us with that, and you're going off to the movies. We'll have the winner of the week for a Gallows gift card coming up, too. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. AT&T. Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time. Yeah. It's too long. Too long of a vacation.
Never too long.
7 days is too
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve visiting from out west wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book HorizonServices.com today.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
has all her money gone.
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, we got a cover of a Doors song here with a guy who dropped out of law enforcement. Let's hear the clue.
He just wanted to grow his hair out, Dom.
All right, let's go. I wonder what the shelf life of the Doors was. It seems only 2 to 3 years to me, actually.
Oh, I love the Doors.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But, I mean, I don't even know how they lived through that, given... And what did he die at the age of 27?
27, yeah.
27 Club.
That was 71
Club.
in Paris.
Yeah, in Paris, yeah. It's hard. 27.
And
John and Yardley. All right, John, who is covering that song?
Hi, Dom. I think it's Eddie Money.
I think it is. And Happy New Year to you, and enjoy the Sheepdog movie in the new year. All right, we got our New Year quotient in here for the last 10 seconds. By the way, this outfit, Alpha News, I've been watching it during the break. It's a Minnesota media outlet, has more cell phone, a view of the new footage, which appears to be from the officer's cell phone. John, well, I'm not going to say his name here. So the ICE officer shows a lot more information, including from his perspective. It gives more credibility to the argument about being afraid of being struck by this vehicle. That's just been out, I don't know, a half hour or so. And again, I don't see this as AI generated or anything else, but we'll wait till the investigation continues. But this certainly makes it more obvious. Now, the only other issue will be 3 shots here. You're going to see that during the investigation. But that's not what it's about. To me, it still goes back to 2 things. How are these 2 women brainwashed into romanticizing this, that they would engage, particularly with young kids, in reckless action here? Not just observing ICE, videoing them, trying to get authorities to stop them if something. And I made this point yesterday, and it still holds. If cops are on the scene in Minnesota or anywhere, trying to maintain order, they also, if that's your bent, and it's obvious they don't think ICE is legal in some way, even though they are, okay, the cops can film ICE also. The cops can be witnesses. The cops, I'm not saying we want to have people intervene here, Fed versus local. But if you're trying to maintain order, that's a good thing. And 2, if you're filming ICE as an official, as another cop from the local, okay, let's do that. And then we have better evidence of exactly what's happening here. But no, they want to tell us it's about public safety, but they will not aid and abet. And I think the sheriff in Bucks County seems to be saying he's not going to have sheriffs involved. I don't know about local police. They have to maintain order. If they get a call that you're having a group of people surrounding ICE in this case, ICE is pepper spraying them, doing whatever, as they're there to do their mission, you have to maintain public order. That's your job. You can't ignore that because you say that would be assisting ICE. It's not assisting ICE. What it's assisting is law and order, public order. And if you did that, they would have ushered that. She has her window rolled down. They would have ushered her out of there, and she would be alive today. So you have 2 things. This idea that you can recklessly get involved in this stuff, and she had 2 or 3 other stops that day before this, and 2, that police should not maintain order so that ICE can do what they're going to do, and they allow peaceful protest and try to arbitrate that, as happens in many instances. Why is that such a foreign? It's so simple, but so apparent here. Iran's Khamenei has now threatened President Trump, death to America and all, amid unrest. And he's got the usual women. Every time I see, and you may feel this way too, thousands of women in front of him who are suppressed and abused. in burqas and the rest of it. You have a right in America. If you want to dress up in a hijab, you want to cover up everything, I support it. You should have every right to do that. Maybe not into a bank because we're worried about other things. But you know what? We have a right to say, I don't care what you say and what you feel. That's your right. My right to say is it is suppressing women. It is anti-woman. And you would hope that more feminists would say, you know what, buddy? You may be hiding behind the religion with this, but that's our observation on this. But it's America, not France, where they seemingly outlaw stuff. We shouldn't do that. Women want to do that. That's their right. Completely supported their religious right, the whole thing. But do I think that enhances women in any way, shape, or form? No, I don't. And as an American, I have a right to state that. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Mark Ross. Henry must have had a crystal ball. We had him before, a month ago or more?
Yeah, back in November, I believe.
Yeah, kind of at random, but he was talking about being a cop in Minnesota. He's the president of the St. Paul Police Force. What does he think on the ground there? And particularly how cops feel when they're told to ignore all this stuff and let ICE just fend for itself. And what about that police commissioner? Who is that guy, O'Hara? Look, everybody has to make compromises, but my God, aren't you attacking brothers and sisters in arms here, so to speak? 855-839-1210.
I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Remember the market crash in 2020 when you lost almost 40% of your investment accounts? And remember that promise that you made to yourself that if you ever made some of that money back, you would get off the stock market roller coaster. Well, that time has come, and that time is now. Recently, you've regained some of those lost retirement savings, but you still have not realized those gains because your money is still at risk. Don't forget that promise you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Clouds will be on the increase through the afternoon ahead of the next storm system. There'll be a chance for a few showers late in the day. It'll be mild with a high 58. For tonight, some shower chances early, otherwise mostly cloudy, low 44. And for Saturday, clouds continue with periods of rain through the day with a high 48.
Looking for exceptional offers on a new Hyundai? Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester for limited time lease and finance specials. Piazza Hyundai will get you into the model you've been wanting for less. Browse inventory online at piazzahyundai.com today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Sometimes you get lucky, way ahead of the curve. We had Mark Ross on, President, St. Paul Police Federation, in November, I think. He's back with us to talk about the situation right now on Talk Radio 1210. Mark, good to have you on in November, and even better to have you now. Give us your overall sense as a guy who heads up the Police Federation in St. Paul.
Tom, thank you for having me back. I appreciate it. Well, once again, look no further for law enforcement controversy than the Twin Cities of St. Paul, Minneapolis. It's wild times right now, my friend, and it's slightly reminiscent of what we were dealing with shortly after George Floyd.
Yeah, that's what it's reminiscent of, and the same characters are there. And, Mark, I understand, I come from a law enforcement background and all that. The chief of police has to be diplomatic and all, but this idea of not having cops involved seems to be, I don't know if St. Paul does this too, to keep order there so you can peacefully protest, you can heckle, you can film, but you can't physically confront, and you certainly can't block ICE in.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you asked that question. I'm happy to speak about it. So people conflate local law enforcement performing crowd control measures with assisting ICE and actually, taking, law enforcement action as it relates to immigration, which we don't have that jurisdiction. But to your point, and I spoke about this on my last Blue Saints podcast, is neither the St. Paul City Council or mayor or the Minneapolis City Council and their mayor will allow us to actually coordinate with ICE and just say, hey, we'll go there, we'll be close to the scene, we'll keep it safe so you can do whatever you have to do. We're not assisting with the actual operation. What we could do, though, and we're perfectly capable of doing, is providing crowd control. And what that does is it allows people to exercise their First Amendment rights. If they go beyond that, we can take action. But it just allows the ICE agents to do whatever it is that they're doing. Most of the times they actually have judicial detainers or warrants. What they're doing is lawful, whether people like it or not. People have strong opinions on it. But what we really should be doing is coordinating ahead of time for some of these things so we could prevent exactly what happened a couple of days ago from happening.
Yeah.
And I truly believe had the Minneapolis Police Department been there in a mobile field force crowd control configuration, nobody would have been hurt.
Yeah, they would have never allowed her to block and get into this. And, Mark, I've even said, all right, here's a compromise. If the police are there, the police can be officially filming all this, given the antagonism. You want to throw a bone to the mob here on the other side. They film what goes on here, too. And if there's anything that's illegal, out of order, or whatever, you have official filming of it. I know it's a little bit antagonistic to other law enforcement officers, maybe. But, okay, you can even do that, and you can protest. You can be a legal observer. What do they say, Mark, when this comes up? Because it's got to be deflating to police who could provide that service and realize that's their duty to keep order.
It's really, it's in our nature to help other law enforcement officers, regardless what agency they're from, when they need help. And what's happened on several occasions is we have no knowledge of these operations, which is fine. But when they do end up in these situations, we're having officers not knowing whether they can go or not. They're getting conflicting information from some of the federal law enforcement officers on the ground and our police administrators and all these other people that are in the mix. And it's naturally in our blood as cops to go help other cops if they're in a dangerous situation. And we're kind of pitted right in the middle of this, unfortunately. And I do think we can solve this.
Yeah,
I want to ask you about. We do record everything.
Yeah, there you go. Mark, your podcast, and then I wanted to talk about how they're trying to divide here by saying, here in Philadelphia, we have a woman who's a sheriff making international news because of saying how she's going to go after ICE. First, your podcast, where do we find that?
It's the Blue Saints podcast. My last episode, which is episode 3, we just got it going. I speak specifically about an incident that happened on the east side of St. Paul while ICE was trying to serve a warrant. We had to get in there and perform some crowd control measures. It got out of hand. The crowd got really, really hostile. They're throwing projectiles at the cops, breaking windows out on police vehicles. Our cops had to use a very low amount of force, chemical munitions and less lethal munitions, to get out of there and clear it. And we got lambasted by the local media and specifically some local politicians. And it's just a bad situation. And again, we are there to protect the citizens and actually these ICE agents. And if we're just allowed to do that, I think everything would go much better. And to your point, yeah, they can record everything we do. We record everything they do. It's all there. And even if it turns out that law enforcement does something that's unlawful, you still have to cooperate. But after the fact, you can litigate it in a court of law. We can't litigate it on the street. We can't litigate it on the street.
Now, I try to be responsible. We just see from this Alpha News another viewpoint of this with this cop. What's your sense as far as what your cops in St. Paul would be taught in all of this? How do you see what's happened here?
So, again, not having all the facts, all the video, it's really hard. But I can tell you this. As the police union president, I have responded to a lot of scenes and to a lot of officer-involved shootings that were the result of officers being hit by cars, run over by cars, rammed by cars, you name it. So a car is a deadly weapon. There's no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. When you look at like a use of force standard, which is Graham versus Connor, what would a reasonable officer do at that time if in the same situation, given all the information they have at that time? You also have to look at the human factors. How quickly what is the officer's perception? What was said to the officers beforehand? What was done beforehand? There's so many different ways to look at it, and there's so many variables. But I would say, undoubtedly, if you are gonna try and ram a police officer, whether that was their intention or not, that's what you did. That officer has to make a split-second decision, and in that situation, I think that generally use of deadly force is justified in that situation, and we'll see how this investigation plays out. But there are so many variables involved, and I can tell you, cars pose a great danger to us, and ICE even said they have this monstrous increase in assaults on their officers by people using motor vehicles.
It would help.
It's a real thing.
It would help, like the sheriff in Philadelphia. I'm not sure there, but the police chief went this far. It would help if we public officials stop besmirching ICE, Mark Ross, not just as Nazis and Gestapo, but trying to tell us that all of them are just want to be cops, and they're thrown into this and they're just thugs. They're not real police. We had that in Philadelphia with our sheriff that's out there. That is going to propel even more difficulty.
Oh, it's terrible. The things that our elected officials say about our federal law enforcement partners are absolutely disgraceful. They're inappropriate and certainly inflammatory. In fact, Governor Tim Walz at a press conference the other day, 2 days ago, said that basically he said, we've never been at war with our federal government before. Those are his words.
Yep.
That we're at war with the federal government. Well, I'd like to know who's that. That's crazy. Nobody's at war with the federal government. Why would he say that? Who's at war with the federal government? I mean, that's really scary stuff. And now we're here in the middle of all this. If people could just control themselves, tap the brakes, bring their emotions down a little bit, and act like adults, boy, we'd be in a much better place. But yeah, the fact that they're bastardizing these federal law enforcement agents makes me sick. And then we all get put in the same category, and we're fighting these battles at the local level. We just don't have to. It creates so much tension. It drives a wedge between law enforcement and the community, and it's all about politics, and it's sad.
Yeah, absolutely. Your podcast again, Mark, where do we go?
Blue Saints Podcast. You can find it on Apple Podcasts, Rumble, any of our social media sites, Instagram, Facebook, St. Paul Police Federation.
Well, thank you, Mark. Thank you. Stay well. And please, just let Henry know anytime you want to come on. We definitely want to hear from you again. Mark, have a good weekend.
Take good care, sir. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
All right, Mark Ross. Henry ahead of the curve on that one. Throwing darts here. Bang. Mark Ross a month ago. And there we go. All right, I'm coming to you. Be brief. A lot of people want to get in. National Law Enforcement Day. Hit us with that all-time law enforcement official We'll get a winner today, and then we'll have a winner for the week, thanks to Gallo's $50 gift card on Talk Radio 1210.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right, National Law Enforcement Day. If you see a cop, thank them, or any form of law enforcement. I'm telling you, we got real fine with Mark Ross. Imagine being the head of the union there, what you have to deal with it. The average cop wants to preserve order, and I would think is simpatico to other law enforcement like ICE. And that would have solved this. This woman would be alive now. It's a pretty simple thing, but they're going to insist, no, you're aiding in deporting people, so we're not going to do that. We're going to let chaos happen, and ICE is going to have to fight for themselves. That police chief was right. It is predictable. He meant because of ICE. I meant because of guys like him. What a disgrace. Paul in Palmyra, Talk Radio 1210. Who's your person, Paul? Yo, Paul. Paul?
Hello?
Yeah, Paul, who's your person?
Hi, Dom. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
It's Bill from Palmyra.
Oh, it's Bill. I'm sorry with the Paul. I apologize. Yeah. But Happy New Year to Paul in Palmyra, too, Henry.
Okay. My choice for side question is Steve McQueen in the movie Bullet, the 1968 movie where there was an iconic car chase where McQueen was driving a 68 Mustang and against a 68 Dodge Charger.
It is iconic, but is it better than Popeye Doyle?
Oh, I think so, without a doubt. Because
I have to watch it again then. All right.
Yeah, that car crash at the end was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Thank you. But Hackman in that. Do you pick your toes in Poughkeepsie? That's what he would ask.
Yeah.
Potential drive. You've seen?
I've seen that. I haven't seen Bullet. My dad loves the Bullet chase scene. So.
Yeah, but him looking up constantly with that guy and Honey.
Oh yeah, and him really driving that whole sequence. Yeah,
preposterous to think you're going to follow a subway train and track it down in New York. Yeah. Did he run over a baby carriage in that one, or is that in Speed?
That's Speed.
Oh yeah, there may have been something.
And that he hits a real car, like a real pedestrian.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah. Greg in the Northeast. All right, Greg, who's yours?
Hey, Dom, I'm going to go with the United States point man, who was actually 20 years in the making, and this is where he accrued his panache. Many people younger than us don't realize that. And that's the man who destroyed the American Mafia, the Commission, the Five Families, as we know it, through RICO, the Racketeering and Corrupt Organizations Act, and that's Rudolph Giuliani.
Yeah, and again, he's fallen, from grace here a bit, to your point, but that taking on the mob at that point, him and his family, amazing he came through that, and he had the, to do it. Thank you. Yeah, Rudy Giuliani at that point in time. I know it's hard to believe when you see today the shell of what he was, but man. And also, he stopped that phony yogurt in Seinfeld.
Well, because Kramer spilled the blood.
That's right. The Earl of Tacony. All right, Earl, what's yours?
I don't have time to tell you what it's like to have someone try and run you over. Someone tried to do that to me twice, so I'll tell that to you Monday. Real quick, I wanted to say, Larry Krasner's of the mindset that ICE is government law enforcement, and that if you don't like what they're doing, you should have the right to confront them and criticize them and get in their face. Yet Larry Krasner is a government law enforcement official. He's an officer of the court. So when the Surge Philly boys go over and get in his face and confront him and tell him that he's not doing a good job, all of a sudden Larry gets all butthurt and gets bent out of shape.
True, and again, there's the bicycle shorts, too. We'll get into that on Monday. But, Earl, what's your side?
You said it had to be someone that was either real or fictional, and I couldn't decide, so I decided to go with both. And that'd be Dennis Farina. For 18 years, he was a police officer in the Chicago police force. He got out of law enforcement and got into acting, where he did several roles, including law enforcement, most notably as a police officer on the show Law & Order.
Ah, that's a really good one. Yes. No one has said Lieutenant Sipowicz here. I know that show's NYPD Blues a little bit old, but man, what a character.
I mean, more surprised, I don't think anyone said anyone from The Wire.
That's right, and that's a disgrace. Happy New Year to you for not saying that, yes. That's right, there's several. Well, I had Jimmy McNulty on my list. I left it out there for listeners. I think he's that scene where they do the burial, even though he's alive. The top on the. Perfect, man! Yeah. And when they sing the song, oh God, hard to beat. Drew and Upper Darby. Drew, what's yours?
Hey Dom, thank you so much. I'm just going to keep it one half in my culture, and I'm going to go with Who Loves You, Baby, and it's Kojak.
All right. Robert in Ben Salem next. Robert, who's yours?
Hi, Dom Henry. Good to talk to you. I'll get right to it. I'm going to go historical, and that would be the very first law enforcement official in North America was a constable named Joshua Pratt in Plymouth in 1634. He issued the very first arrest warrants. He issued the very first search and seizure warrants. Joshua Pratt, and that's my answer, and I'll save what I was going to talk about till next week. You guys have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. All right. We're only 56 today, right, Henry? Yeah, we got to move here. Oh, 57. All right. We might make it then. Sean, who did you like out of all these great answers today?
I liked the, what was it? Take a Bite Out of Crime.
Yeah, McGruff the Crime Dog.
McGruff. Yeah, that's what
Hamilton.
it was.
Okay. How about you, Henry?
Yeah, I liked Bo in Levittown with the Jimmy Doyle answer. I also like Earl's answer of the Dennis Farina. That was a nice little tidbit he put in there.
Yeah, it was. Well done. Yeah.
I like the Joshua Pratt answer as well.
Yeah. All right, let's go with the Earl of Tacony today. Put him into the mix here. We're playing now. Henry's going to roll the dice or whatever he does in there for a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood in Harb's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Get the seafood salad. Do it this weekend. You will love it at Gallows, Roe's favorite. Henry?
Yeah, so Monday we asked for an unwritten rule. Greg in the Northeast said, saying God bless you. Tuesday we asked for that all-time movie or show that you just haven't seen. Mark and Philly went with his Better Call Saul answer. Wednesday we asked for that all-time local news story. Stephen McCungy won with the Eagles Court. Yesterday we asked for that genius in their field. Lance in South Philly won with Allen Iverson, and you just heard it here. We asked for that real or fictional cop. Earl of Tacony won with Dennis Farina. So if you put all of those into the hat here and get the drum roll going, please. Oh, it's a number 3. Steve in McCungy are this week's winner.
McCungy! Can McCungy get all the way down to Gallows? Come on now, McCungy. You can do that. And again, right there at Ron and the Boulevard, Gallows. Thank you, Jim Harvey. Thanks for doing this. The quote of the week, I think, to me, and he might be on I think he'll be on next week. Dr. Oz on alcohol this week. Don't have it for breakfast. I mean, that's sound medical advice.
Yeah, only on special occasions.
There you go. Right. He might be on the roster next week. Thanks to Sean for producing several days. Henry, of course. And thanks to all the people. Leslie, I thought you'd be in there saying aloha and Happy New Year. We'll continue that annoying trend maybe into next week. Of course,
gosh.
Monday, Scott Presler will be here. You know, he has a book coming out, too, in April. Yeah, we're on it. Okay. I'm sure there was a lot of footage, the hair, the whole thing he had to do. But until then, follow on Twitter. I'll be on Newsmax tomorrow at 12:30 with Dick Morris. I'll say what I'm going to think for the midterms. Dick Morris has actually advised people. We'll see what he says. You'll have a chance to watch that. Maybe there'll be some sound of it. Thank you for a great week. And thanks to Henry, some of the people we had on this week, like Mark Ross. You're not getting that anywhere else. Rich is next. Rich the Always Show, 4 big hours next here on Talk Radio 1210